Hello.
Hello.
Welcome to the Planet Beer TV ProjectX Drinkalong. I'm Chris.
I'm Paul, and we're live. I think. Yes.
Got comments coming in?
Let's give people a minute to
Look
join.
at this. Buff Daddy, straight in. Which beer is first? The Anticipation is Murder. Okay, here we go. Going to whack that on. Look at that. So that's going to give you a little lineup of which one we're going to be drinking first and at what times. So just to give you a quick kind of rundown as to who we are, if you're joining from Brewser and you've never watched us before, we're a craft beer YouTube channel that started nearly 3 years ago, and we made good friends with Ollie in our first year, and the relationship's gone from strength to strength, and now we're here peddling their wares with some of the
corporate shills that we are. Yeah. This is good. We're using a new bit of technology, so you'll have to excuse us if our eyes are darting around the screens because we like loads of flashy things happening. It's really cool. So we're seeing who's joining. We're monitoring chats. We've got really cool stuff happening in the background with a cool little virtual green room we've got with our brewers who are joining us. So yeah, this is quite new to us.
Yeah,
but yeah, loving this.
Right, so we've got a warm-up beer because obviously the beers are going to start pouring thick and fast as we go along through this. And bear in mind, we've got 4 dippers, an 8% sour, and an imperial stout.
This is madness. This is absolute madness. If you're drinking all these tonight with us, God bless you. And I hope it all goes well. But these are big old beers tonight.
We thought we got away with it because we were like, well, we'll be able to do that because Ollie will send us a box and we can basically just share a can.
Yeah.
No, he sent us 2 boxes. So we're like, oh, we've got a can each. So
we feel obliged to drink all of them.
Yeah. So let's use some more of this technology and ask, where are you watching from? And in a minute, we're going to bring in Ollie from Brewser, the man of the moment himself.
We've just got to let people come in because everyone wants to be fashionably late on these things. So yeah, the numbers are counting up. So this is looking good. Hi everyone, as you're joining us. Looking forward to this.
What are we drinking, Paul?
Well, yeah, I was going to say, what are we drinking? Because annoyingly, I poured this and I dumped the can somewhere.
Did you just throw the can over there?
I think I gave it to my wife over there. Anna, what are we drinking?
I remember, yes. We're drinking the Many Hands Make Light Work collaboration from Farmyard and a bunch of other people that they've collaborated with. It was quite nice, actually, because we were supposed to be getting involved with this beer.
Yeah.
They asked us if we could, if we wanted to join in on it and basically document their brew day and kind of join in and have our name on the can, which would have been quite nice. But you were going in selfishly. You were going in for shoulder surgery.
Yeah, I thought, who doesn't want shoulder surgery at 47?
Yeah, so we couldn't make it.
If not now, when?
But we said we'd give the beer a shout as it landed today, released today. We thought we'd give it a shout out.
What's the deal with this? What's the collaboration named of? Can you remember?
I can't remember. It's fundraising.
We should bring the can back over at some point and have a look.
Bit of an own goal, giving away the can. Right, so we said we'd bring in Ollie at 35 minutes past, and we're sticking to a strict time schedule. So without further ado, let us bring in Mr. Oliver Morgan. Here he is.
Hello, Ollie. It's good to see you guys. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, thanks for sending us beer.
We're not sure who's having who. I mean,
I know. We're having each other.
Yes, well, it's a mutual having. Yeah.
So how's it all going where you are at the moment? And what are you drinking?
It's going good. Well, I am. My partner is about to give birth. Not any moment, but kind of any moment now. She's in her term, so I'm on mash gang for the moment, just in case we have a emergency and I have to dart off. But hopefully not tonight.
That's responsible.
Is that a lie? Is this just some long form way of not drinking multiple dippers? Have you been having us on the past 8?
Always played the long game. He's decided to get his girlfriend pregnant. That would coincide with this time, so he wouldn't have to drink the dippers.
Always thinking.
I know.
It's why Brewser is such a success. Ollie.
Playing 4D chess, as they say. Yeah, cool. Well, tonight, really looking forward to it. We're going to get through these 6 beers. We're going to be talking to people from the breweries as well. First up, we'll have Deep Pan Exploration, and we'll be having, I should have written down who we've got joining us for those. Ryan from Chain House.
Yeah.
Ryan from Chain House, yeah.
Concerningly, he's one of the people that hasn't yet arrived on the.
We're supposed to be having Ryan from Chain House, but we'll see if Ryan from Chain House
see how that
joins
goes.
us. Yeah.
But yeah, have you tried any of these already, Ollie? Have you? Can you give us a?
I have.
I've had. In fact, don't colour out opinions yet. But are they all tasting good?
I haven't had a full can of each, but I have had. We had a little taste tester on the day we were packing all the boxes, and yeah, absolutely phenomenal. So happy with this set. All the artwork is amazing. Obviously, the brewery lineup that we've got on there is incredible. So we've had loads of comments. I've been seeing check-ins go on Untapped as well, and it's all been extremely positive so far. So
great.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing you guys taste it tonight.
I can't wait, man. I mean, not only is it because they're dippers, which is singing to me, because obviously I'm a borderline alcoholic glutton when it comes to this stuff, but it's the brews involved in this are just out of this world, man. I mean, personally speaking, some of my favorite brewers, you know, just look at the lineup at the bottom, man. Just look at them. They are absolutely killing it in their chosen field.
Dan Rawson here, getting ahead. Smashed through the dippers. Been great so far. Fantastic.
Nice one.
At least that leaves you only 2 more dippers and an Imperial Stout and an Imperial Sour to get through tonight.
Yeah, you'll be more compass mentis than we are.
Let's see where some people are from. Let's flash people up on screen because we can. So we've got Peter Butler. He's in Clacton-on-Sea. I've heard of it. I'm sorry about Nigel Farage. Hinchley Wood in the house.
Where's Hinchley Wood? Beelzebub 15. Our geography is shocking, isn't it?
Look at this. I was wondering if that might be like, you know, one of those weird place names, like really old worldy names. So it's Hinchley Wood in the house. That's the full tag.
Right, okay.
It's not like Hinchley Wood and I'm in the house. It's Hinchley Wood in the house.
Like a kids' TV show.
Yeah. Port Stewart, County Derry. Hello, Northern Ireland.
Hey, Greg.
Nick Langridge, Fareham, Hampshire. And we've got Buff Daddy. What a name. Croxy Green, Hertfordshire.
I recognise
Big Ev in Cannock.
Big E.
Mersey Beers. Hello. Drinking
mate.
Northern Monk Supermarket Jobby in Liverpool. Is that Jobby as in Scottish slang for
shit?
Turd? Or just...
No, we wouldn't say that, would we?
Omnipollo mild next. Oh, lovely.
Hey, got loads of people coming in. But hang on, we've only got a few more minutes before our first guest. So here's the thing. ProjectX, Ollie.
Yes.
Where's this come from? I know this is not the first time it's happened, so give us a bit of a potted history for people who perhaps don't know where it comes from.
ProjectX, yeah. So obviously I'm part of Brewser, the beer subscription marketplace online, and it was where it all came from was last year. We're creeping up to Christmas, and we're constantly discussing what we should be doing. And one night I just woke up and in the morning just thought of, why don't we do a massive collaboration with 12 incredible breweries, bring them all together to produce 6 high strength beers, which is what people tend to enjoy this time of year, and work with a different artist each year to produce the artwork. So we ProjectX for us is a big focus on what we see as like the 3 pillars of the craft beer, and that's community. Obviously, we get to work with 12 amazing breweries. We get to do this live show with you guys tonight, so thank you very much for hosting this. Having loads of our subscribers drinking the same box and talking about the beers all together and watching this tonight is amazing. The artwork, obviously, with Tom Moore, who's going to jump on later on as well, is a huge part of craft beer and ProjectX, and quality as well. Sort of, you know, everybody producing a beer that's at the absolute top of their game. So these beers to us represent, something to celebrate for the Christmas and festive period, basically.
Yeah, man.
And it's absolutely,
So we've got some questions preempting Ryan from Chainhouse, who still hasn't arrived in the back, but I've got faith. I'm sure he'll arrive. He's in Brighton, isn't he? He was travelling up from.
He'll be in Preston.
He's in Preston. Who are we talking? It was Johnny from
Pipeline.
There's so many names. So yeah, this is a great opportunity, guys, to ask questions to the breweries when they are online in that 15-minute slot. So by all means, feel free to send your questions in. We will aim to get through as many as we can. We do now accept super chats if you're on YouTube. So that will be a guaranteed way, if you just chuck us a few quid, of you getting your question answered if there is a bit of a backlog, because this is a grift. We are literally, we're here just for the tips. But yeah, it's just one of those. If the questions come through thick and fast, then it's a good way of getting yours answered.
It's like those passes at Alton Towers when you get to the front.
Yeah. It's fast track. Think of it as fast track, but it also helps the channel out massively. So, presumably, we've never done it before. Well, it might actually be not.
We've never made any money before, so this could be a thing. So yeah, all good, man. So yeah, it's coming up. It's coming up to our first brew. I'm just checking the time because my eyes are terrible. So yeah, we've got 4 minutes. So as Chris said, we've only got 15 minutes with each brewer. So we'll get them to talk about the beers. We'll find out what they're up to at the moment, what's coming in the future, and we'll give you the opportunity to ask the questions. So yeah, hopefully we can get what we need from them, and we can enjoy the beers together, because I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah,
I'm really looking forward to it.
Oh, we've got someone here who said they had Deep Pan already. It was excellent with added hop burn. Oh yeah,
I think that was the last packaged beer, the Tartarus Chainhouse one. So yeah,
that's a good question, actually, because I can probably preempt the answer. But who were the first breweries that you did the brewing with, should I say?
So Ash went down to brew with the Yonder Make on the sour. So everything happened quite fast, as we tend to do at Brewser, kind of doing 100 things at once, and then got to organise ProjectX. So yeah, we're super lucky that everybody said yes, and we brewed all the beers. We had to fit it in their tight schedules, but we did it all in time, and yeah, everything worked out perfectly, which is great.
Fantastic. Well, you're definitely going to stick around for this first beer to talk about it, because Ryan still isn't here.
So he's here. Ryan's in the green room. Yeah, if you scroll down a little bit, he's ready and waiting.
Oh, there he is.
He's hidden.
Oh, hello.
Yeah.
Sorry, Ryan.
Right then. Well, I suppose.
Get rid of me and bring him on.
Is he ready?
So I think for those of you who are drinking along with us,
time to crack the can now.
We are going to open the first one. Our beautiful assistant Hannah is pouring our first beers for us. So what is the first beer, Chris?
What is the first beer?
Yeah, what are we drinking first?
It's Deep Pan Exploration. We've got some good facts about it. In fact, Ollie, we'll catch you in a bit. Bye.
Bye.
And let's bring in Ryan.
How's it going?
Hey, Ryan, how's it going?
Hello. I've been messaging. I have been backstage, and you keep saying Ryan's not here, but I have been.
We're just looking at it now. It's because there's like a row of 7, and then obviously you're just the first one on the second row. Yeah.
Oh,
so just
cool.
Scroll down a little bit. Thank you.
Yes. However, I am not ready with the beer. I don't know if you can see. I'm in our cellar.
We're hard at work
in the tap room at the moment. So I'm just going to find the beers because they got delivered the other day. And our tap room manager's hidden them somewhere in here. So give me 2 seconds and I will be back with the beer.
No problem. Okay, so do we have a can of this? Can we just...
Hello, can you just grab us Blue, can you just grab us a can, mate?
Just so we can read what's in it.
Thank you very much.
We're trying to keep our work area a bit too efficient.
Yeah,
we're trying to keep it too
it's not
clear.
working very well.
Okay, so this is the 8% Dipper Deep Pan Exploration. Hazy Dipper brewed with wheat and oats for a smooth, thick, soft mouthfeel, dry hopped with Citra and Enigma to give notes of tropical fruits, white grape, citrus, and mandarin. And the hops in this, Citra T90, Citra Spectrum, and Enigma T90. So a bit of a Citra Enigma mashup there. So yeah, we've just had a pour here. Ryan's doing his own pour.
Thick
Color
one.
on that. I mean, yeah, it's got a great bit of body to it.
Yeah, man. It's obviously
Look at
very
that.
oat heavy. Look at that.
That looks great.
Look at the absolute custard in your glass. That looks incredible. Full pointed.
Yeah,
Cheers, man.
Almost green tinge to it. I think it's that fresh.
Yeah. Anyway, cheers.
Cheers,
let's
man.
have our
Let's
first.
have a
Cheers.
Oh, sorry. Good ronking to you, sir.
Ryan, you might not know, but we don't call it cheers on Planet Beer. We call it ronk.
Ronk.
To the ronk.
To the ronk.
To the ronk. Wow, I mean that's cracking.
Oh yeah, there's the hops.
Big. So
Good start.
we currently did ask for facts from each of the breweries.
Yes, there's a couple on the WhatsApp that were pretty good.
Yeah. So we've got the fact there though, the one that we found when we definitely didn't make up. I was wondering whether you could. It was like a rumor from.
I don't know if you can confirm or deny
can you
it.
confirm or deny the
I can do neither of those. I actually wasn't aware of that. Yeah. No.
I mean,
I know
Chris definitely did not make that up about 3:30 this afternoon at all.
No.
I mean, could very well be true. We had pizza on the brew day, so.
So where did the name Deep Pan Exploration kind of come from? Was it the fact that you had pizza? Had you already come up with the name, or?
I wasn't involved in the name. I was just involved in the making of the beer and that side of things. So the name was it was new to me when it came out. So
is this one that you brewed at Tartarus, or was this over?
Yeah, no, it was brewed at Tartarus. Me and our taproom manager, as I'm a one-man band in the brewery. Me and Alicia, our taproom manager, went out to Leeds for the day. Got stuck in, and thoroughly enjoyed it. Had a wonderful day tasting some barrels and stuff as well, which as many of you know, Tartarus is renowned for some of the high ABV stouts and barley wines. So it was a big day out drinking.
I mean, I've got to say though, like Chain House, I mean, you've made a name for you. Are you just a one-man band then?
One-man band, 500-litre kit in Preston. Now in Preston, it was in my garage. 7 years
You've made
old.
a name for yourself, man. Like every beer that I've had from you has just been like it has been a standout, and I'm not just saying that. Like because you've just done the Evil Dead with Rivian. Oh my god, that's the fifth year we've done that. This Evil Dead. It actually started out in my garage as me and Ben had a chat. Yeah, been friends for years. Yeah, and we started Evil Dead 5 years ago, and still part of it, which is cool. So,
I first came across you guys when I had a little bottle shop and tap room in Starbridge, and it was through Rivington again. I think it was a Rivington collaboration. We're going back probably 3 years or so ago now. So there's obviously a really strong connection between you guys. And they speak really highly of you, by the way, on a personal level. So I'm going to stop blowing smoke up your arse in a minute, right? But so give us a bit of a potted history about Chain House. Then, how did you get into this? How did you make your first connections in the world? But also answer that first, though. Yeah.
I've had a 2-head canner at Chain House for a few years, so I have canned a load of stuff, but this was brewed and canned at Tartarus. So this was me going over to Tartarus and using their fancy canning machine. Not my.
Was this the first time that you've collabed with Tartarus?
Yeah. It was actually the first time I met Jack and Jordan as well, which was nice. I think we've crossed paths in beer festivals, but never really got a chance to say hi. So it was really good to actually sit down. We had a good laugh because they used to brew on a kit East Lancashire way, and a friend of mine used to actually brew on the same kit. And when he said they used to brew on this weird kit I can't even remember whereabouts it is. I said, I've brewed on that kit with my mate before, and he didn't believe me at first. I showed him a picture, and they're like, "Oh my god, what are the chances of that?" It's just a weird place. But so now they've got this obviously nice big shiny kit from I think it's North Soul Brewery. It's beautiful. So
Yeah, that's it. They went to the old north site, didn't they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So before I rudely interrupted you with that question,
Chain House. I started homebrewing about how old am I now? 33, 13 years ago. I was about 20. I moved out of my parents' house, moved in with my mates, and I was kind of getting into like craft beer, like Sierra Nevada kind of things. Wanted to give it a go myself. Watched a couple of YouTube videos, bought some homebrew kits, and what do you do when you move into your first house with your mates and make some beer?
Keep it cheap.
Yeah, exactly. So and I loved making it. So I was carried on brewing it, giving all my mates beers. I was enjoying brewing it more than drink it, but I'd like, I want to improve on that and keep going. Got to the point where I was spending a lot of money brewing and giving it away. So I thought, you know what, I'll set up a small brewery. So I actually set up Chain House. September 2017. I was brewing 30-litre batches, selling 20-litre kegs to the local pub or 20-litre pins. That was not very efficient. So got a 500-litre kit in my garage. I squeezed it in there, and the rest is history, as they say.
What was the did you always start at doing the hazy stuff, or were you kind of, was it just real ale sort of stuff to start with?
No, it was. I got a couple of sort of syrup kits to start with, but then I was dry hopping them myself to get more like hoppy aromas and flavors. Doing some. It's funny because there wasn't a lot when I was getting into homebrew. There wasn't a lot of homebrewers like all over YouTube like there are these days. So trying to do the American stuff, copying them, they were way ahead of us. So seeing like the first time I saw a picture of like a New England like hazy, I was like, oh, I need to make something like that and just blow my mate's mind, some thick yellow beer. But obviously at the time I was probably making them way too bitter because I didn't realize the New England beers were less boil editions, more whirlpool editions. So I'd love to go back and try some of my early beers. But they were definitely like, that colour. And my mates, blown away by that. Adding oats in the mash. And,
do you still have like that original, the original kind of recipe that you would have made?
I've got a couple of our original recipes, but not the first kind of. When I started getting a bit more serious, I did write them down. But a lot of the time I was like buying random hops from the homebrew shop that closed down years ago as well. So I remember buying all sorts.
So how many years did you say you were going for then? You pretty much Chain House.
Chain House, 7 years we've been going as a brewery officially.
So there's you literally you just want to you want to just keep it as like as low overhead as possible then, I guess. Like, so expand. And
2 years ago we moved into the middle of Preston with the brewery and opened an on-site tap room. Open all week because we're not that far from the centre, but hidden away sort of down the back alleys, if you will. We've now got heaters in the brewery and a nice big glass front. So it's probably someone came the other day and said it's the warmest tap room they've been in. So I'll take that. So if anyone ever fancies a day out in Preston, there's loads of good craft beer bars, pubs. We've got our tap room here as well. It's a good day out.
It's definitely like a place that would never really occur to me to visit.
A lot say that, but we do get. I think we're getting more and more popular. Preston as a whole.
We're gonna have to go and do it. Maybe we could do a video on what you would perceive as unglamorous craft beer towns that are actually well worth a visit. Because there's a few, especially up north.
I'm going to throw some fuel on a fire here, I guess, but it seems to be the more, I guess, the places you would expect not to be a hotspot of craft beer places are so being more, I guess, more coming through in the north. There seems to be a bigger scene.
There is a good scene,
Lancashire and Yorkshire. It just seems to be picking up more traction in the place you wouldn't expect up there. That's not to disregard, every other parts of the country, but up there in particular, it just seems to be. Maybe it's the Manchester influence,
maybe. I mean,
from there, I don't
know. Just here, like obviously John from Static Hinds over on later, I think. So Stu and John up the road from me, good mates with those guys. We've got Rivington. And then obviously all the Manchester scene. They're very welcoming as well. Been invited to the track Welcome to the Neighbourhoods the last few years. Considering I'm technically not in Manchester, they kind of stretch the boundary because, Preston's a stone's throw from Manchester. So.
That's the other thing about it. I think you've got up north, up in that region, like Lancashire area, you've got a lot of towns and cities kind of quite close together.
Yeah.
I suppose it makes that kind of collaboration, because I mean, craft beer is still a small scene, so it's we've got a question there.
Just before we get the question, though, someone's just on that track. Someone's mentioned in the comments. I've lost it now, but yeah, it is the track birthday beers this weekend as well. So that's all happening at the same time. We are competing against some major hitters tonight. But hey,
but based on that first one, that's
but Christ, man, this is killing it.
Oxidation. Good question. When I started brewing, I was brewing into plastic buckets. I didn't have any CO2 bottles. I just don't splash the beer at all, and oxidation will be minimized. The kits you can get now for homebrewers is insane. You know, the Sin homebrew setup's better than my brewery setup. It's just be careful with your beer. Don't rush things. Don't splash your beer around too much, and you can make them real nice yellow.
Oh, Mersey Beers has just given us a super chat. £2. Cheers, mate. Thank you. And he's also requested that you
roll him with the riff.
So I'm sorry that now he's given us some money. You're obliged to do that legally.
That's fine by me. I did enjoy it. And a picture of my friend on the pump clip as well. It does make me laugh. If you check that beer out on Untapped, there's a good photo with my mate.
I've not tried that, but now that's on the bucket list. Awesome, man. Just as we count down towards the end of this, we could chat with you for hours really, but how does this kind of collaboration work, especially with ProjectX then? So who approached who? Was it you or Tartarus who chose each other? Were you put together by the guys at Brewser? Explain that.
Ollie phoned me up. He's been pestering me for a good couple of years now, at least a couple of years, maybe more, to can my beers. Years ago, I got a call off Ollie asking if I can my beers, he'd love to get me in the Brewser box, which I wasn't, and I'm not canning enough to do that. So he phoned me up a couple of months ago and said, "I've got an idea to get you in the Brewser box. I'm doing the ProjectX this year. Do you want to be involved?" I was like, "Absolutely, yes, of course." So he's like, "Leave it with me. I'll, we'll find out get some other breweries involved, and we'll get you together with, with whoever." So I was like, "Oh, this is exciting for me as well, because I get to do a collaboration with an unknown brewery at the time." And Tartarus, I was like, "Oh, obviously love the beers, never really actually met him, and it's it works really well, because a lot of the collabs I've done have been like more local northwestern breweries. So it's I've done a couple down south, but not ventured over to Yorkshire too much, and getting over day out in Leeds is a fun one. So get to try the barrels. It was see behind the scenes of Tartarus for me was the most exciting bit. It's great to brewing the beer, but then going into the barrel store and seeing their whole setup was super day out, and very, very lovely day.
Awesome. Thanks for joining us on this one. Are you going to be hanging around for the rest of the session?
I will for a bit. I'm going to drive home from not drive. I've got a girlfriend driving because.
Correct answer.
A girlfriend, Ryan.
She's great.
One of my many girlfriends. I've got the driving girlfriend tonight.
I do a shout out to Emily. She does all my pump clips. She doesn't officially work for Chain House, but she may as well do, because she helps me out massively. And
30 seconds just to answer this one as well.
Inspiration name, it's a road I actually started homebrewing on, Chain House Lane. So Chain House Lane, I'm not very good at art, and when I started making homebrewed beer, I needed a homebrew name. So Chain House Brew Co. I could draw a house with some chains across, and it's kind of a straight edge, like New York hardcore inspired logo. That's
awesome.
Well, Ryan, mate, if the small amount of beers I've tried from you over the years of anything to go by, you've got a bright future. And
thank you very much.
Mate, I look forward to.
We'll be up to
experience everything you do. Yeah.
We'll be able to hang out in your warm tap room.
Yeah, give us a shout.
If the weather keeps on like this.
In our pants.
Yeah.
More than welcome.
Okay, cool.
Take care, mate.
Thanks, man.
Nice one. Thanks.
Cheers.
Bye-bye.
Cheers, man. Okay, so shall we get beer number 2 on the go?
Let's get beer number 2 before we get our next guest in.
So
he's a nice guy, isn't
he was lovely. So just let's get got a birthday message from Beer Fridge. Hey, Beer Fridge, thanks for coming and joining this one. Congrats on the Beer Guild nominations.
Yeah,
hope you get something there.
Yeah,
repping the old podcast.
So our friends here at the Beer Fridge podcast have been nominated for the British Beer Guild Writers Awards this year for all their sterling work in fridges.
Service to the Beer Fridge.
Yeah, service to the fridge.
Lifetime service.
So, okay, we're just gearing up to the next one. So, clean your glasses out. We should be doing that, but I think we've got some fresh ones coming.
Let's get Kat in, shall we?
And we'll get Kat from Beak in to talk about the next beer.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage, Kat. There she is.
Hello, Kat, head of sales, Beak.
So much.
Look at that. Yeah. Got your own little lower third, as we call them in the industry. Head of sales. Hi, thanks for joining us. Thanks for spending some of your Friday with us. Yeah, so we're really looking forward to trying this one because naturally, Beak and Two Flints are two big names, I'd say, on the scene.
Definitely in the hazy stuff.
Oh yeah, I mean, and even then, like Beak, you're stretching your legs, like you've got some great stouts and stuff.
Again, this is going to be a bit of a fanboy moment for me across most of the brewers in fact, all of the brewers who joined tonight. But it's there's some absolute game changers for me. And again, I am going to tell you, Beak are up there, I think, with my favourite breweries in Europe.
Europe, wow.
Yeah, no, because
again, I'm going to record it quickly.
Yeah, and
this all goes to YouTube.
Oh, right.
It'll be there after.
And it's not just to do with the quality of beer, which is clear. You're doing absolute amazing work on the hazy front, but it's to do with the artwork, the work you do around your festival scenes, all that good stuff. It's it just makes me very, very happy that you're part of this world. So yeah, thanks for coming on.
I'm glad we make you happy.
You always make me happy.
Enough of that. So let's go through
he's here to ruin it.
The tasting notes of the of Running Out of Space. So this haze bomb of a double IPA was brewed with Beak and Two Flints and is drowning in Motueka, Galaxy, Citra, and Simcoe. Tastes of fresh pressed orange juice, lime cordial, and pine sap. Enjoy the saturation. Certainly will.
I mean, on paper, that just sounds like classic Beak. So
yeah, but then also,
but let's see what Two Flints bring to the table. Yeah.
Cheers. Anyway, well, good rocking to you, Kat.
Oh, that's clean.
Orangey.
Oh, that's
definitely
nice.
the orange.
I'm getting a bit of like mojito vibes as well, a little bit.
Yeah.
There's that lime towards the end.
Yeah, that's like the Motueka brew. Yeah, it's quite nice.
Yeah. Oh,
the first time I'm trying this as well. So.
Oh, good. Yeah.
I was going to ask that question like an absolute noob that I am. When these kind of things happen, is it the first time you get to try these beers? Obviously you probably try them when you finish brewing on the day, but is this the first time you get to try these kind of beers when you literally crack the can for the first time?
Yeah, so like our brewers normally bring little tasters out of the tank throughout the brewing process, but they always bring them at like 9 a.m. after I had a coffee. I don't actually taste anything. I'm like, and I tell them every time, like, you bring me this, and I can't tell you anything about it because all I taste is coffee in my mouth. And they always do it in the morning. I'm like, just give it to me in the afternoon.
Why do you keep making these coffee IPAs? It makes no sense.
It all tastes like coffee.
Yeah,
so
that's fine.
Taste bits throughout, but as a final product, it always takes me a while to actually crack open a can because, as you can imagine, like we produce so many different beers, and to try every single one of them, I'd probably drown in beer. So, yeah, first time trying this, and it's delicious.
Yeah, well, you've already got some fans on the chat, so that's amazing. Yeah, fantastic. I love that. So again, same kind of question we asked Ryan earlier. So how did this collaboration come about from your point of view? Again, was it Ollie playing matchmaker?
He always is. You know, he's like a fairy godmother.
Yeah. That's
one.
exactly the way. When you say Ollie, I just think of a fairy.
Yeah.
I do as well.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
do.
Yeah.
It's the one from Shrek. The fairy godmother. Sorry, Ollie, I love you. I've known Ollie for a while. I think I remember him emailing us the first time Brewser started, and they've been the sponsors of These Hills, our festival, as well every year. I think they're amazing. I love them all. And yeah, Ollie just emailed saying, "Do you want to be part of it?" And this is the list we're thinking, and you can kind of choose who you want to pick out from the list. And I've heard about Two Flins. I've been a big fan, and I know there was a bit of a hype around them as well. So like, let's just those guys and brew something big, hazy as we do. And
Not too much of a commute for you either, because
exactly, yeah.
Fairly local.
Did you just go closest?
Sort by distance.
It's awesome, man. It's like, you just mentioned These Hills there. We'll cover that in a bit. But tell us a bit about this beer then. So, who came up with the general concept?
Is it true that the recipe for the beer was formulated over a 10K run?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. I'm big into running now, so yeah, I can see that.
Probably the best ideas when you get your blood flowing.
Yeah, no, for sure.
And 10K run is the best.
It's the right one, yeah. 5K, not really trying.
It's coming from someone who's not a runner at all.
Chris did the couch to 5K this year, and now he's basically, he's Mo Farah.
Really?
Yeah. If you ask him, 10K, you have to do that before breakfast.
I ran a half marathon a couple of weeks. I just down the canal just to see.
Just
if I could
threw that
it.
out there. I just
wanted to know that I could do it before I enter anything.
So the concept of the beer, I mean, I wasn't very much involved at all, so I can't tell you much about it.
Yeah.
Again, I think same as Ryan, the name, I just found out the name. I wasn't part of it. I do quite like that it's all like running theme. You know, I just love the spaceman on a treadmill.
This might be my favorite can art on this one.
Well, we've got Tom, the designer, coming up shortly, so we'll talk about that.
Yeah.
But I absolutely adore the designs on these cans, actually, and they work really well together.
Yeah, they do, and it's just it makes me smile. So yeah, I mean, how collabs normally work. It's the brewers send each other lots of emails, getting very in detail about grist.
Just the grist
and other stuff, and I always see this like red. Okay, cool.
You're just like, just let me know when I need to sell it.
Just let me know the costings and and when I have to sell it. So yeah, I mean, Ollie came, the Two Flins guys came to the brewery, and we had a good fun day. I wasn't much involved, but because I had lots to do. But I know they went out and they played some totes. I don't know if you've heard about it.
Big thing on the south coast.
Yeah.
Big. Well, not I'd say just Lewis pretty much, and a bit of Brighton. It's
So we went to Unbarred this time last year actually.
We experienced it.
It was everywhere, like in all the pubs. Like there was like toads, and I was like, "What the fuck's going on? Why are people throwing change at that box?"
A box.
Yeah.
It is. If you ever seen a bunch of boomers getting incredibly angry at each other and then shouting at each other for cheating after a few IPAs, Brighton's the place to be, I think. Yeah.
What we would do in the Midlands, we'd put a dartboard up, but I guess you guys just go with the toads.
Yeah. In Lewis, we've got the the World Championship of Toads.
Wow. Okay.
Hello. Yeah,
and we, as Beak team, enter every year, and we are the first ones out.
But hey, it's the taking part that counts.
It's taking part, so you get to drink a lot of beer and have fun.
It's a community activity.
It's very serious as well.
Potentially a good tax write-off. I don't know. Can we talk about? No, let's probably not talk about that.
We'll talk about it later.
Well, tell us a little bit about These Hills then, because to me that seems to be, along with other brewery-led festivals like Rivington Farm Trip, it seems to be the place to go.
Yeah, not this year though.
No.
Well, again, I was feeding into the story for this year, but tell us a little bit about where these hills come from, and then cover this year as well, because it didn't go according to plan, did it?
No. So like at Beak, we like to go big. We don't do things halfway. And when it was just me, Danny, and Robin, we were like, wouldn't it be fun to I think it was just after COVID, and wouldn't it be fun to do like an international beer festival where all of us friends from the craft beer come together in a field and we drink some beers, and it's like just meet in person again, because it was, I think, just after lockdowns, and we were like, it's just we don't really see each other anymore, so we decided to put together a international beer festival, and we invited lots of our friends from abroad, from different countries, from America. We had Range from Australia, loads of others, and it was great. It was very wholesome. I don't know how we pulled it off. I think these hills is one of the most amazing and most stressful times of my life,
right,
that I've ever had. And it was incredible. Everyone had a great time. I think the idea was to kind of, like beer festivals in the UK can be very much in on industrial estates or in big cities, and they're great, nothing against that. But I just think because we are based in Lewis, which is surrounded by the South Downs, so we just want to do something a bit different. And it's amazing. You're just surrounded by hills and you see the cows in the fields. So that's just the whole idea of it, just do something a bit different. Bit of like a Glastonbury in a world, but on a smaller scale.
Yeah, with added cow tipping.
Yeah. But you a victim this year of the great British weather, weren't you? So
At the most. Yeah, I've got this moment in my head where I had these trainers, like cloth trainers. I was deep in a puddle of mud, and it was raining, and there was this pole falling over, and the tent was collapsing, and I was on the phone trying to solve this power for a food vendor. And I was just looking around, and it felt like time stopped, and it's like apocalypse unfolding around me.
Oh
yeah.
Well, it was happening in real time, wasn't it? Because all the social media was going out, and obviously people were talking about it. And oh man,
we made a decision to cancel. Obviously, we had to cancel the first session because the tent was collapsing and it was dangerous. And then we're like, okay, well, the weather's looking a little bit better. We can put it back together and make it happen, for the other sessions. And then the entire tent collapsed, and it collapsed on the linders that were all set up.
Ooh.
And they all fell over off the tables. So we were like, they're probably they're all broken. And at that point, when the 10 people couldn't get it back up, they were like, it's too dangerous, it's falling, it's just collapsing, the ground's too soft because it was raining all night. So we were like ahhing about it, like, can we do it on Sunday? But we just I think we made the safest decision to be like, we don't want anyone to get injured, we don't want anyone,
Yeah,
you did the right thing. Absolutely. Well, I think everyone collectively in
and then
he was kind of watching it, going, "Oh no, bless them."
Yeah,
no.
Your reactions weren't that great, but I was not reading that really. I was like,
no, I think we talked a bit about that on the podcast, and you had a bit of a rant about it.
I defended you to the hilt.
Yeah, to the hilt. You died on these hilts.
Yeah.
So did that.
I said, like, everyone came together, and then the tap room was popping off. It was incredible. Like, all the brewers were just throwing around pours and like merch and playing games, and it was packed. The whole industrial estate just became these hills. Like, the tap room was mental, and I felt so emotional about it. I was just standing there, like, looking around, being like, this is what craft beer is about. This is
yeah.
Absolutely.
it is.
But I suppose it just strengthens the resolve for next year. It's going to be like you are literally going to go.
We had to
times 2.
like either we just take a year off, take a breather because it was incredibly stressful.
Yeah.
Or we just rise from the ashes and we do it, and we decide to do it again. So
yeah, we'll be there to do some speed dating.
yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, look. Whatever you decide, we're 100% behind you. And I'm sure pretty much everyone else is as well. So thanks for joining us tonight.
Yeah, thanks for joining us.
This beer is brilliant.
It's so different to the first one as well.
Yeah. I mean, this is going to be a good theme tonight. I think we're going to have some really different beers, which are obviously the same kind of style. So yeah, this is great, man. Thanks, Kat. Really appreciate you joining us on a Friday.
Yeah. Cheers.
And let's hope all goes well in the future.
Absolutely. See you at these hills.
Cool. Catch us. Yeah, see you at these hills. Cool.
Bye-bye.
That was lovely.
Oh,
right,
so lovely person.
It's now time to go sour, isn't it? Because I mean, what are you thinking about this? I think this is really good, but this is actually like quite cutting.
We're going to do that
with
thing.
the lime.
We did not so long back. We did the Centurion Challenge, which is, if you don't know, that's 100 shots of beer each in an hour. So, but it's 1 shot every minute. No, that's not right.
Yeah,
the math is wrong there. It's 100 shots every minute, basically. And then at the end of that, all we could taste for about 3 days was hop.
Yeah,
it was just the worst thing. So we had a glass of red wine after that. Didn't we?
It just tastes like Sonoma. Nice, My mouth just tastes like Sonoma, which isn't bad.
Yeah.
That's there's worse things. Okay, shall we get sour then?
Let's get sour on this hour. Yeah,
sour on 1:15.
Right,
and we're going to be bringing in.
We're going to have to sack the staff though, because
bringing in Tom Moore, and not Tom Moore, not the guy that was walking around his garden. Not that Tom Moore.
Captain Tom. No, it's not
Captain Tom. No, I'm sure we're not the first people to make those jokes.
Let's bring him in.
But yeah, let's get him in. Where is he? Where is he? Where are you, Tom? There you are. Hello, Tom.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Hello,
all good,
Tom.
man.
I mean, first things first. Check your chair out.
Yeah,
that is nice.
Check out the headrest on that, and that office looks pretty.
I love that.
You look like you're in Silicon Valley.
That's where I spend most of my time in here at the moment. So yeah, but it's all good. All good.
So we've taken a little bit of a break from the brewery interviews. So tell us a bit about yourself, Tom.
Well, I'm a graphic designer for the beer industry, basically. It didn't start out that way, but that's kind of that's the kind of way it's ended up, and I'm happy doing it. It's I was an artist working in the fine art industry back in like 2016, 2017, and then at the end of that, I was sort of getting a bit like disillusioned with the whole thing, and I was like, right, what do I want to do instead? I don't want to do artwork anymore. I'm going to go and what else do I like? I really like beer, sort of getting into craft beer, so I'm going to go and learn how to brew beer. So I quit my job. I went to work in a brewery in Bristol and learned how to brew beer. Worked in the tap room. And worked there for a few years until COVID hit, and I was basically made redundant at that stage. And I was like, right, okay, I guess I'm back to doing art and design again then. But actually, while I was working there, I'd actually been doing the can labels for the brewery I was working in. It's Fierce and Noble Brewing in Bristol.
Yeah,
and so I basically kind of just put myself out there into the world as a beer can designer, I suppose. And I got the gig at New Bristol Brewery during the pandemic, and that's kind of been the launch pad for me, I suppose, to get my name out there. Like a lot of people have seen that series of work. I've done over 100 cans for them now, so it's like the biggest body of work I've ever made, basically.
Awesome.
And like a lot of the stuff I'm doing now has come about because of it. So yeah,
nice man.
But yeah, it's kind of I'm doing this every day, all day, every day, and I've got a nice little portfolio of clients. Most of them breweries now, so it's.
I was going to say, is it all breweries? But I'm sure you've got some other.
Not 100%. There's a couple of like coffee roasteries. There's a couple of restaurants and stuff like that. But yeah, most of them are breweries or beer related. So yeah, do
Cool.
what you love, I think.
I love
Yeah,
you.
absolutely.
I love you both, but this is a conversation we could be having over this beer.
Yes, I
So
forgot.
we need
Have
to-
you
we need to
got the
tee this
beer,
one up.
Tom?
I have, although I'm still finishing this this one from Beak and Two Flints, but I will open it in a
I was
second.
going to say,
Just
we
get it down,
never
mate.
leave man behind, but in this
We
case,
like Tom.
catch up, Tom. Catch up.
Come on.
Yeah, so Vinyl Frontier. So this one is actually really, really interesting. Usually, like the sour from last year, the one that I thought I would like in the Project box, the Snowball.
Yes.
Too much for me. I didn't like it. Tasting notes. Vinyl Frontier is a maximum milkshake sour meticulously brewed and blended by Yonder Brewing in collaboration with Maki Brewing Company and Brewser. This fruit-filled imperial delight is packed to the brim with juicy mango and sweet banana, then finished with a hefty dose of peanut butter and caramel. Groovy. And the smell of it is amazing.
Right, I want to caveat this, like I always do when I have sour beers, where
so good.
This is my, it's not my kryptonite, but I always this style of beer never really does anything for me. I'll enjoy it for what it is, and I'll try and appreciate everything that goes into it. But watch me just go.
Nice one, Buzz Killington. Anyway, yeah, cheers, everyone. Let's get into it.
Cheers, guys.
Peanut butter.
It smells incredible and it tastes really fucking good as well.
Okay.
And it's not too sour.
Okay. I can definitely taste peanut butter there. Smell peanut butter. There's quite a big banana thing going on the nose for sure.
Yeah.
This was the right time to do this.
Peach as well in there for me.
Bit of peach.
That's great. Oh no! I hope I'm not having my horizons expanded because that'd be terrible. No, that's really good, man.
Yeah. So
this was the first label that we got under the belt. Basically, this one. This came straight out of the initial design discussions I had with Ollie and Lewis and Brewser. So yeah.
I say, is it true that this is your favourite, despite the fact that you hate vinyl and you're a member of the Cassette Tape Guild, which is the fact that we've got here?
Who wrote that?
I think you sent it in.
We just Googled it. That's the first thing that came up. So
yeah, we did some research
on my Wikipedia page, probably.
Yeah.
No, this was the first one. Basically, the whole. So Ash from Brewser, who does all the photography and everything, reached out to me and just said, we're doing Project X. We don't have a lot of time. We're looking for a designer. And I spoke with Ollie and Lewis, and yeah, basically I just said I was like on another project at the time, which was like quite all consuming. I was doing 6 cans in 6 weeks, basically 6 labels for this brewery in 6 weeks. And I was like, I don't want to overpromise what I can deliver right now. But if we can agree on like something that's like relatively simple for me to produce, then I would love to be part of this project, because just the names involved, and I love the guys at Brewser. They're awesome. So I sent them a mood board over, and it included like images from Soviet matchbox artwork. So it's this kind of like space race kind of excitement. Very simple graphics, but like beautifully executed. And so that was really the inspiration for the whole series. And I like working like that, like working on a series of things. I discovered that's kind of like something that I love to do, is to kind of plan and look at a whole set of beers like that feel like they belong together and sit next to each other. So yeah, it was awesome to know that there were 6 beers in the series, and they all had the same theme, and that the kind of aesthetic of that matchbox artwork was perfect for what we needed to achieve in the time. So yeah, it's been nice. Awesome to work on.
So yeah. we just got a question here from Greg. This is more to do with the beer side of things, but it says it was blended. So yeah, it's because Yonder are a brewery and a blendery. So usually with this style of beer, what they'll do is they've got like a we don't have anyone from the breweries on this one, but when you're brewing this sort of beer, usually you've got like a base ale, which you then blend with
whatever adjuncts
whatever adjuncts or different flavors and stuff. So it's essentially that. So this would be like Yonder's house.
It's more a wording thing than anything else, yeah. So they're careful not to say brewing when they mean blending. In this case, yeah. But it's not two different beers. Well, it might be two different beers. We don't know. That might be how they came up with it, but
could be.
Yeah.
So what we're also going to do? Have you got your there's a little competition we're going to do for the prints that you want to give away.
So I've got a set of these the artworks from the cans. All 6 here. They're 5 by 5 inches.
5 by 5 prints, yeah.
5 by 5s. And I will try and get them framed for the winner as well. And how we were talking about the competition, how it's going to work. We were thinking, well, do you want to bring?
I think I was going to go something like that. I think if you guys out there in YouTube or social media land come up with a name and beer style for the hypothetical 7th ProjectX beer. So try and keep to the theme of the other 6. I suppose look at that through your alcohol glazed eyes, and just come up with a nice name.
So we want a mythical
mythical cola.
Name. So let's imagine all the breweries who are involved in this collaboration got together, all of them.
All at once,
and they said, right, we're doing this beer, and it's whatever beer, and this is what we're going to call it. So we want you to come up with the name and tell us what style it's going to be. And if you want to give us a reason for it, let's do it.
Yeah, and we'll just bring Ollie in quickly, because Ollie, hi.
Hello.
Sorry, I
caught with your dog.
Yeah,
stroking your dog, are you?
Dr. Evil in the background
there. We can either do this where people can write this in the comments, and then we kind of pick it at the end. We get a commission.
I think.
Committee.
I think that sounds like a great idea. Write your ideas and names in the comments, and we'll pick a winner at the end.
For a laugh, I could get them to just send it to Brewser on the help widget. That'd really piss you off. Wouldn't
it? Piss Ash off. Yeah.
Send your entries to bruiser.support.com. Yeah.
Titled urgent. Whack them in the comments.
The designs as well, and the names that you guys come up with doesn't have to reflect this. But what we worked on with Tom was the funny side of space exploration. So each can and design has a story. It has a story which is written in small print there on the side of it. I don't know if
holy shit! I didn't even realise this.
There we go.
Could have had a bloody heads up before we did this.
So all the names. So Vinyl Frontier, for example, an astronaut did a DJ set on vinyl from the International Space Station. Right. So that's the story behind that beer. I've got High Spirits. Oh, go on.
Yeah. Sorry, man. So Deep Pan Exploration, which was actually the hardest one that we found, that was the hardest name to come up with, didn't we? But it's just because Pizza Hut became the first to deliver pizza to astronauts on the International Space Station, making a unique milestone in space-related marketing and commercialization. So there you go.
Fact.
This has got layers upon layers.
Holy shit.
It's just a virtual onion.
This isn't the first time that we've come into these sort of things unprepared.
Well, we don't rarely prepare ourselves. So, this is what you get out of it.
Cool.
Really. We're learning every day.
Yeah. So, okay. I can see there's a couple coming in already. So, yeah, guys out there, start whacking in your names, suggested styles, and
and who knows, we might make this happen as well.
Yeah.
Oh, hello.
That'd be
hello.
Something.
Yeah.
Could have the winner posing with the mash shovel.
All right. Then.
Digging out the mash.
This is really exciting.
We're making memories.
Impromptu competition. Then let's get the name. Let's get the beer style. Let's try and keep it to the space theme. If you've got any amazing facts that you can tie into that, and then you could win 6 art prints from Tom.
Yep.
And that'll be good, wouldn't it?
Cool.
Awesome.
Okay, well, I'm going to try and keep this on time. So thanks, Tom.
Tom, you're a legend, mate.
For
your work is fantastic.
Yeah, it's really nice.
Thank you very much.
I was going to say though, if you actually want to go and see more of Tom's work, Tom, where can they find you?
tomwelldesign.co.uk.
And
there we go. Straight
and
forward.
if you don't win these prints, you can go and purchase them anyway as artwork. So go and have a look at the site.
Thank you very much, guys.
You're a legend.
Thanks, dude. Cheers.
Thanks, man. Love your stuff.
There we go. Right. Halfway there.
And because I'm a man of a certain age, I do need to go and use the toilet.
Oh, me too.
So,
oh god, this is annoying. Right, John, I'll get John in.
You sort John out. I'm going to go do a thing.
You go for a wee.
Yep.
And then when you get back, we'll just swap, and I'll see if John notices that he's talking to a different person.
Yeah, we'll start this interview in a weird accent, and I'll see if I can pick it up on the end.
I'm not going to do that.
Okay.
No. Okay, so let's go with beer number 4 then. Let's get it pouring. So, guys, thoughts on the sour? I thought the sour was actually, strangely, I'm not going to say it's the standout beer for me, but I think it's the one that it's like I don't know, like I was expecting less, and I actually got more because of that. I guess I thought it was really nice. I could totally sink another one of those. But yeah, what are we saying so far? What's your beer? Which is your favorite one? Let's just clear up all this stuff. And then while I'm waiting for the next beer to be poured, let's bring in John from State of Kind. Hello, John.
How you doing? You all right?
Hey, man. Nice to meet you.
Good to meet you.
Cool. So, we're going to be digging into yours, which is High Spirits, I believe.
Yeah, it is indeed.
Do you have headphones?
No.
No, it's okay. I'm just getting a bit of echo.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay. Well, we can work through it. So, yeah, tell us a little bit about State of Kind while we just wait for this beer to come our way.
Yeah, cool. So State of Kind is 2 years old now. It basically started, it started as a midlife crisis, I'm not going to lie. It was one of them things that you look at yourself and you go, what do I want to do for the rest of my life? And stupidly, I thought, I'll open a brewery and all I'll do all day is drink beer with my mates and have a laugh. Little did I know it wasn't quite as romantic and as easy as that. But yeah, so it's 2 years old. Something I always wanted to do, but I could never really stretch to it. And it got to a point in life where I could, and I decided to just go for it and see how it went. You know what I mean?
Great stuff. Well, I'm just going to talk a little bit about High Spirits then. So High Spirits is a collab between State of Kind and Left-Handed Giant and Brewser. It's an intensely aromatic dipper with bursts of tropical fruit, mango, grapefruit, and piney bitterness. Now, one of the things that I find interesting about this beer, John, is it's got Citra Diner Boost, which is a thing I've not heard of before.
Yeah.
Eggers Special, which I've not heard of before. Nelson Bliss, which is, again, something I've not heard of. Citra Spectrum, and then Citra Hyper Boost. You've literally thrown in all these names of hops, and I'm like, whoa. Tell us a little bit about those.
So, first I'll talk about Eggers. So Eggers is a New Zealand hop producer. And Eggers Special is basically a blend of their hops. So obviously they do the Rawaka, Motueka, and Nelson. So the Eggers Special is a blend of all three, and that's why it's a special. I think it's kind of like your Chinese special fried rice. It's got it all in there. So yeah, that's a blend. The Hyper Boosts are oils. They're kind of like a very concentrated hop oil, if you will, which kind of is good. Instead of using like pellets, we're using a liquid, which is it improves yield, and also you get a lot more kind of punch from the pot hops as well. So they're basically things. So the Hyper Boost and the Dyna Boost, they would what were trialed as, they would have been 702 and 701 at the time, but now they've changed them into like a Ford Focus style kind of name. So that's basically what they are. But yeah, Nelson Bliss is like a batch of Nelson, which is from Freestyle. We're massive fans of the New Zealand blend, New Zealand hops at the moment. They're just punching out some absolute blinding hops, and also the companies are really nice to deal with as well. So we've been using Freestyle for a while. Eggers we've used a bit, and we've just started using some from Clayton as well. We're big fans of New Zealand hops. Really big fans of it.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's my favourite hop country.
Oh man, what a showcase! So I had to sort of drop out and drop back in again. But man, the aroma on that, John, is just banging.
It's really good. Who's going to claim? Are you going to claim credit for the recipe, or are you going to be magnanimous and say that it was also left-handed Greg's idea?
It's always, when we do a collab, it's always a combination of the two. So Stu the brewer, he'll contact the brewery we're doing the collab with, and they'll come up with a recipe together. What's going to work, what's not going to work, what we got in the fridge as well also helps. So what we've got in stock is also a good thing. So like Stu and the brewer from whatever brewery we're collabing with, they'll come together and they'll talk about the recipe for a good few weeks before we do it.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's again, we were talking about how much we love the breweries on this roster for the ProjectX this year, and we only came across you guys early this year when we were at Rivy Farm Fest. Rivy Farm Trip. Got to stop saying that. Yeah, Rivy Farm Trip, and Chris is now sneaking off to the toilet because his bladder's now packing up. It's all the running he does, and. We came across your partner in crime, John. Who's a force of nature, should we say?
That's one way of saying it. Yeah.
So how did you guys meet then? So where State of Kind come from as a brewery?
So the idea for State of Kind was actually 3 years ago. So I kind of had, like I said before, I wanted to open a brewery. I kind of wanted to test it first and test the market, and because it's not easy to set up a new beer brand. It's a difficult thing. So I initially went out and kind of contract brewed for a bit. We contacted a company and got in touch, and we did a bit of contract brewing. To be fair, it just didn't work out for us. Do you know what I mean? The beer was not the standard we wanted. Do you know what I mean? It wasn't what we envisaged. It's like when I started this, it was like we've got to make exceptional beer. There's no average beer anymore that's going to do well. Do you know what I mean? You can make average beer, but it's cheap beer that people buy cheap, and it's got its own market. But we wanted to make like world-changing beer, so that kind of quickly dissipated. And I think Stu had a beer or one of my beers in a bar somewhere. Anyway, he contacted me on Instagram. He slid into my DMs like he does, and then yeah, he was. It was kind of, he kind of said, "Oh, I've tried your beer. It's all right. I can brew better." And I was like, "Oh, where do you work?" And it was like, "Oh, like I'm a postman." And I was like, "I'm a home brewer." And I was like, "Oh, it's going to be shit, isn't it? It's going to be shit. It's going to be one of them where it's home brew. It's like, you know what I mean?" Anyway, so I went out to his house, and basically it was the beer that I wanted to brew. Do you know what I mean? That's what we wanted for the brewery, and it was like his beer was great. Do you know what I mean? So we said, right, let's do it. I bought a kit from China, and then we installed it. Me and Stu built it, put it together, and that's basically where it came from. And we just went for it. Yeah, we just said let's have it, and that was the 2 years. So it's been 2 years since we installed and commissioned the kit. Basically, come on, just over 2 years. 2 years and just over's gone.
Yeah, I mean, it's only been 2 years, and you popped up on our radar this year. And I tried some of your beers beforehand without probably really thinking much about it in terms of who are these guys. But this year at the farm trip, there was a State of Kind brew in the green field backstage basically, and every single brewer just main line towards it, and just they destroyed it within about 5 hours. It was gone.
It definitely. It seems like you're a bolt at the blue, really.
Yeah, and everyone was going, "Have you tried the State of Kind? Have you tried the State of Kind? It's amazing." So, and then we met Stu, and that sort of cemented the deal, really. But yeah, man, you're absolutely killing it. So, what's next for you guys? You got any grand plans for the future?
I think at the moment it's just trying to keep the lights on, you know what I mean, and keep going. That's the main thing. It's again, we do this for the love of beer. We do it because like both me and Stu adore beer, and I think that's what you've got to love beer to do what you do. Do you know what I mean? It doesn't work otherwise. So at the moment we're looking at opening a second venue shortly, which will be good. A second tap room, and yeah, it's just keeping up our standards, making sure we're consistent on what we put out. And just keep making great beer at the moment, and we'll see where we end up. Do you know what I mean? Like I always said, like if you make exceptional stuff, success will follow. Do you know what I mean? We didn't go into this as a we did go into it as a money making business because it has to make money, but it's more about doing good stuff, making great beer, and hopefully that will speak volumes and we'll eventually get to where we need to be. But yeah, I think the main thing at the moment is another tap room. And then just keep cracking out great beers and keep that consistency up, keep that
yeah, man,
that's world beer, and that's what we're doing. Every beer we make, we want to be better next time. So every beer we make, we sit down, try it. What's good about it? What do not like about it? Can we do this? Can we do that? And we try and tweak it all the time to make better beer every single beer.
I've heard murmurings from Brewser that you're going to be popping up in the new year.
Yeah,
as a new partner brewery, so you're going to be people will be able to get State of Kind from Brewser.
Yes. As long as we're not, the trouble is at the moment we're actually selling out very quickly. So like we've only got a 12 hect kit, so it's not huge. We've got 7 1200 litre fermenters, so we've got a reasonable amount. But we kind of 2 weeks after we brewed it, we pretty much selling out, which is getting a bit difficult at the moment. It's that balancing act of being able to produce enough beer to satisfy export, trade, your own retail outlet. So it's difficult, but yeah, we get in there.
Sorry, you need to ask a question, but we need to ask this as well.
No, it was actually, I was going to ask, tell us about the Wigan kebab.
Yeah.
But look, Brewser beat me to it.
Wigan kebab, man. So do you know what a Wigan kebab is?
No.
Not quite.
So there's a couple of elements to this. So it's basically a pie in between a barm cake. Now, you may not know it as a barm cake. You'll know it as whatever it is, which you're all wrong. It is a barm cake.
Do you mean cob, John?
No, it's not a cob. It's a barm cake. Just let's get that straight. So it's a pie in a barm cake, and you can have another delicacy with it as well, which is pear wet, which is pear wet.
Go on. No,
it's basically the liquid. Mushy peas in a chip shop.
Yeah.
It's the liquid, not the pea. So they'll strain the liquid, and it's like a pea gravy.
Okay.
I'm going to judge you like entirely on this. You do realize
it should sound disgusting, but actually I think that could kind of work.
Drinking my beer out of a.
Yeah. Tell Yonder about it. Yeah, we'll see what comes up. Yeah,
give it a mix. Yeah.
So okay, and that's the Wigan kebab, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a beer name.
Food of the gods. Food of the gods.
I mean, yeah, I can probably see 2 o'clock in the morning on Wigan High Street. on Wigan High Street, not today. On a Wigan High Street, going.
I think is there a Wigan High Street?
Yeah, there's one.
There used to be one called King's. Well, it's still there now. King Street was the place to be. So in the 90s, early 2000s, King Street was like Ibiza. It was carnage. It was really, really good. But that's just kind of died a death now. It's not anywhere. But the world's changed, and the King Street has changed. It's not the same. But yeah, you can still get a greasy kebab or a Wigan kebab down there. No problem.
Well, when we come up and see you, which in an ideal world will be very, very soon, we'll bring you some Black Country tapas. And then we'll go from there.
It's a cob.
And crisps.
Barn cake.
Tell you what, this is a great conversation to have over a lot of your beers. So
yes, we'll do that.
We'll come up to you and we'll make that happen.
John, this is banging, mate. Absolutely fantastic.
Great work, mate. Love it.
But not to take away
From LHG
as well. But we love your stuff this year, and all power to you. Onwards and upwards. Yeah.
Cheers, John.
Thanks very much.
Take care.
Well, that was good.
I love State of Kind.
Yes, me too. In fact, actually, because I'm not going to write the comments now, but I'm just going to make a note because I know that John's still there at the moment. John, we want to feature you on one of our last videos of the year, which is going to be the 4 breweries that have impressed us this year. We did one for a first part of the year in June, so we're going to do the second part of the year, and State of Kind, we want to feature on that. So we want some of your beers, essentially.
Right. So what I'm going to have to do is go and get my own beer now because the hospitality in this place has fell apart.
So is this? Are we going back onto the dippers now, aren't we?
Yes.
Yeah. Cool. So yeah, we're back to the original lineup. So this next up, we've got a long drive. So let's get that on the go. Paul's just bringing it over. Get your cans at the right. I mean, this for me, guys, I don't know about you, but this is probably my favorite one so far.
Oh man, I don't know. They're all so good.
I'm edging towards this.
I'm not going to make any decisions, but I've kept a can back of each, so we can do it again afterwards and see what happens. But loving all this stuff.
It could actually just be all that other the other hop shit, the hop oils. Yeah.
I'm just going to say, we've got a new puppy in the house, so there's a lot of activity behind the scenes here. Where my wife's running around trying to sort a Labrador puppy out, who's decided today's the day that she wants to discover everything in the house. So.
Yeah, if you can hear like a squeaky toy going off in the background, it's that's what that is.
Anyway, so
cool.
We're about to get on to our next beer,
and we'll be bringing in 2 people here. We're going to be bringing in James from Sureshot.
Oh my god!
And Johnny from
Pipeline.
Yeah, God.
You had a drink, haven't you?
We spoke to him yesterday, and I believe that Johnny is in Brighton. Is that right? Have I got the right guy?
Stop talking.
Okay. We'll bring him in. So we've got Johnny, and we've got James.
Oh, we have a lot of feedback as well. There we go. You've nailed it.
That'd be me.
That's there. I don't suppose you have headphones, James? No. Okay. Ollie, if you're there in the background and you can just mute James as and when, if needs be. Okay then.
Yeah. Hi.
So hey, thanks for coming along. 2 for 1. So really looking forward to this. So just before we crack this, and while we crack this is a collaboration between the 2 of you, Citraped with bold and beautiful Nelson Sauvin. Expect citrus, melon, and grape aplenty. So you've got Citrus Spectrum, Citra T90, and Nelson. Holy shit. And Nelson Sauvin T90. So let's get that poured.
Right.
One of you say something.
There's a lot of noise going on. We'll get through it. Don't worry. This is all good. So who came up with this collaboration? Who chose who?
Right, who can hear who? Is this too noisy a pub?
No, we got you, mate. You're okay. The background noise we can handle. It's all good.
No, nice. Right, we're in Brighton, in the quietest pub we can find. What a mental place Brighton is. We've asked everyone to be quiet, but and we turned the music down. But
we can make you out, buddy. Don't worry.
No. So yeah, we're in the Brick in Brighton. What a great place this is. So we thought this would be a good place to just try out a couple of these beers. We haven't got all the Brewser beers because they didn't turn up in time, but we've got the one that counts, right? We got the Pipeline one. So yeah, who came up with the idea? I think Brewser put us both together. It wasn't either of us reaching out to each other. It was Brewser that was the middleman and said, "Would you guys like to work together?" And I think I bit the handle, to be honest.
I mean, Sureshot have become legends, haven't they? In the short amount of time that they've existed, man. But Johnny, your stuff is just to me just kind of I'll get the same feeling I get when I drink Beak. It's like you've got
Johnny or James.
Sorry, Johnny. You've got the same. I'm talking to Pipeline. Pipeline have got the same vibe when I get when I speak to Beak or drink Beak, which is kind of you kind of exemplify this style of beer really, really, really well, and everything you do has been kind of really top end, and I really look forward to drinking it. So when I see it on the shelves and the bottle shops, I'm going, that's in the baskets. Thank you very much.
Nice. Well, that's good to hear. Yeah, well, I'm the same. I make this beer because I like to drink it, and that's why it tastes the way it does. It just happens to be that other people like it too at the minute. It's great. If everyone's drinking mild, I'd be fucked.
Hey man, we from the Black Country, mild's on like part of the diet. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah.
James,
I see it on the bar every now and again.
James, hey, tell us a little bit about the brew. Was this one happened at Pipeline, but did you travel down to Cornwall for this?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. There's a hell of an echo. It's okay. Well, James adjusts himself, and we'll
just unmute.
Is your laptop on or something?
Well.
Oh, are you in twice?
I think you're in twice, mate. That's fine. Let's get rid of you.
I'm kicking you from this studio. I wonder if that helps.
How's that?
There we go.
Yeah. Were you also in on the laptop or something? Is that what you were doing?
How's that?
Yeah, that's much better.
That'll do, mate. That'll do. We're in. Brilliant. We can hear you loud and clear.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
What was the question again?
Something about Cornwall. Did that it was down at a Pipeline, was it? So you travelled down and tell us a little bit about the brew day. You took down 2,000 litres of water, right?
Corporation pot, we call it here. It was it's a Manchester water. I mean, Southwest water is quite hard, and that's problematic, for a dipper. You really need to get the calcium down. You need to get the sulfate down. Normally, you'd acidify. Mancunian water, we steal it from the lakes, from Cumbria. I think people say it's carbonate deficient. I was told by the people who analysed it, but that's perfect for a dip. You don't need carbonate in it. You need something to keep a little bit of acid in it, and it basically works. So we shipped it down.
Fantastic.
In buckets. In buckets in a car.
It was a couple of IBCs.
I thought you were your own pipeline, literally.
Yeah.
Pipeline.
Yeah. That's all good shit.
Well, you've got a shout out here anyway.
There we go.
A legend in Manchester. I mean, I'm not going to dispute that. I was there recently. I was there last weekend. I was in Sureshot.
Were you?
Yeah. I came up for a stag do.
Good, splendid. I don't think I saw you.
No. I thought let's keep the intrigue until tonight.
I'll be honest with you, James and Johnny. The stories I heard from the stag do last week,
we got kicked out of a
he wouldn't
club.
have seen you anyway. To be honest with you,
that's perhaps for the best.
So okay. Well, give us a bit of a thing then. So you guys got together. How did this beer come about? Who had the main idea for it? Did you both?
Well, I think our ideas are pretty similar. Our grists are pretty similar. I think our water treatments are pretty similar. I think we had a bit of a tete-a-tete about the levels of magnesium and not making people. I think people can be a bit too clever about water treatment. You need to add just enough. I think we're both of the same mind. You add too much magnesium, people foul themselves. So, basically, our idea is pretty similar. If you put basically good yeast health, Citra and Nelson, it's going to work. That's basically it.
It's. I mean, there's no real magic to it. It's just being consistent.
Yeah. If your yeast is healthy and happy, you keep your yeast healthy and happy, you're gonna make good beer. You put Nelson Sauvin in a beer, it's probably gonna taste good.
Yeah,
that's what we find. Yeah,
I always knew this brewery thing was overcomplicated, James. Thanks for confirming.
that's what I'm going to try and.
Well, people go on about this hop, that hop, and we've done this, we've done that. We've been terribly clever, and really, it's just a load of bollocks. Just give
James, don't give it all away.
Give them a big bag of tasty hops.
It's magic. It's magic.
Hey?
Behold the alchemy.
Well,
The alchemy of beer has been destroyed.
I'm sorry, I can't really hear you.
It's basically, James, you're just destroying the mystique of beer here completely.
Well, you know, keep people happy. Just give them good beer.
Give them what
Give
they
them
want.
Nelson, give them Citra.
Yeah,
Well,
agreed.
You both are. So, Johnny, if you could hear me, mate.
I can hear you, yes.
Yeah, pipeline then. So, where do you guys come from? Because I don't know if it's just a Midlands thing, but you kind of sprang up over the past couple of years, and you've been kind of really pushing forward this year. Certainly from what I've seen. Anyway.
It's almost like there's another brewery down where you're from that kind of gets all the clout.
Yeah.
Who could that be? Would that be the Driftwood Spars down the road from me? Would it?
Dave Double Diamond.
Is it?
Yeah. So how did pipeline come about then?
So about 5 years ago, I started brewing out of my garage part-time while I was doing my day job. And it's the Cornish water, you know. I know that everyone says that water treatment's not important, but the water in Cornwall is spectacular because there's nothing in it. It's as soft as you can imagine. So you can start from a soft base. You haven't got to fuck around with the water too much. And I didn't really listen to chemistry when I was doing my GCSEs. So I'm quite happy that the water was quite nice and easy to work with. But pipeline's been going for maybe 4 or 5 years. Professionally, properly, the last 3 years, we've got a couple of brewers now, so it's really taken off this year. I think
What size kit are you on?
we've got a 12-head brew house, so 1,200 litres in each fermenter. The mash tun was massive. We overspec the size of that so that we could do dippers, tippers, imperial stouts, and then the duty rules changed, and that kind of put paid to quite a lot of that. Our plans are going to go big beers because the dippers are the best selling beers and the best rated beers that we do. If we could just brew those all day long, we'd be happy. But you can't do it now, sadly. I think that ship has sailed.
Yeah.
Yeah, just James just went dark, so we've just dropped him for a moment. But I mean, if he resurfaces, we'll bring him back in. So Johnny, you're down in Brighton at the moment, and you're there on Stoutzilla Day. Have you had any Stoutzilla yet?
Can you say that again? I can't hear you. Sorry, it's so loud in the back. Say again.
You're there on Stoutzilla Day. Have you had any?
Yeah,
have you had any Stoutzilla yet?
Yes.
Yeah, we went to Unbarred earlier. We went there about 5 o'clock just to get some looseners to say. So yeah, we went and had Stoutzilla. I just had the 10% version, which was pretty lame of me, but I knew this was coming up, so I didn't want to go for the 11% barrel aged version. But it was delicious. We didn't even know that was going on. It's kind of naive, really. But we started chatting to Jordan and gave him a can of beer and gave him this beer. Actually, he said he's going to taste it next week with the crew, and they're going to check it out and see what it's like.
We love Jordan.
Jordan's great.
Yeah, we love Jordan.
I was actually I swung in just to pick up a can before I swung into Hot Vault before I came here to pick up a can, and while I was in there, I saw that they'd put Stoutzilla on tap, so I was like, I'm gonna have a half of that. And then I told Paul, and he was like, you better fucking stop drinking right now. We've got a lot of beer tonight, and you need to be coherent.
You can stop drinking 10% stout, that's for sure.
So we've got a question for Pipeline from Beer Fridge.
Yeah.
Will you be having your pop-up tap room next summer?
Yes, in St Agnes. Yeah, definitely. We got plans to move the brewery from where we are now to another site because it's not big enough. But the tap room pop up in the summers. Yeah, it's always going to stay in St Agnes, definitely.
And the other thing, Johnny, does your friend next to you know a guy called Joe Penfold?
Yes.
because he said some choice things about you in the comments, and I'm not going to put them on screen.
My son. He's a terrible human
Wow.
being.
Okay.
And when the rent for his flat isn't paid, he will learn the normal
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Well,
this is like all my Christmas dinners with my family all over again.
so cool. Just before we wrap this one up, because we're moving on to another bit. Actually, because we've got the two of you, we've got another 5 minutes on this one. So
we need to get James involved.
Yeah, let's
here,
get James in.
So thanks, Johnny. James, you disappointed a minute, mate. But you've already been called a legend of brewing.
I prefer leg ends, but carry on.
Don't we all? But for those who perhaps don't know about your history, do you want to give us a quick summary of your journey to where you are now?
I started
knowing you as well.
Started in 1996 as cask monkey second class, working in the Firkins. I was 3 days washing and filling casks and paid, and 2 days unpaid, learning how to brew, which was off my own bat. So I did that for a few years, and I went to work in Ireland for a few years, doing nitric egg stouts and all that kind of thing. And I worked at Marble for 13 years as a brewer. Spent a year in between Catalonia and Ramsbottom, setting up breweries and all that kind of malarkey. Brewsmith, Runaway I was involved in, outfit called Beer Catalonia. And then whilst I was doing that, we were setting up Cloudwater, myself, Paul Jones, Claudia James, and Alan Will, and all the rest of the people who were involved in that, which was a great learning experience. Was there for 3 years. Then time was right to leave, went and worked for SSV, did a load of installations, project management, Daya, Verdant, Boxcar, all that kind of thing. Great fun. And the plan was always to do my own gig, which is me and my mate Michael doing Sureshot.
That was since brilliant.
So that's the potted history. The rest of it, I can't really remember that much of it, but it's been a bit of a, it's been good,
Well, it's kind of like you've become Sureshot become a staple on not just shelves, but on taps of good quality beer emporiums up and down the country. Really,
well, it's what it's all about. I mean, if you're working a small brewery, there's not the economic value in mediocre beer to make it work. You have to make the good shit, and you have to sell it, well, frankly, for a bit of a premium to make sense of it, to keep the lights on. And also, it takes an awful lot of skill and patience and dedication to make beer as flavourless as Budweiser, for example. But I don't want to do that, and most of the industry doesn't want to do that. We want to make characterful beers. It matters, basically.
What's next?
I'm 3 or 4 dippers in, by the way.
We look again. We could chat to everyone who comes on here for hours and hours and hours, and we're going to try and make that happen for sure. But what's next for Sureshot? Any good plans for 2025?
Keep on keeping on, I think, is the name of the game. Just continue to be more successful. That's the
here.
So the long and the short of it, just keep providing good beer for good people.
I've got the Sureshot box just arrived from Brewser actually, and it reminded me of why I always picked you out on the shelves in the first place. It's the wacky beer names and the kind of the can art, all the weird asymmetrical labels. Is that your doing?
Oh, it's a bit of all of us. I mean. Yeah. It's supposed to be fun, It's supposed to be. There's a little bit of a kickback against the I think high-end craft beer got a bit pretentious for a bit, and I think at the end of the day, it's an entertainment. It's supposed to be fun. It is frivolous. It should be frivolous. It should be fun, and it should be entertaining. And that's what we're all about. Make it fun.
Yeah, absolutely.
Amen.
Amen indeed.
So we can obviously find James at Sureshot in Manchester, one of the greatest cities for beer in the country.
Can confirm.
Jonny, you can find at Pipeline, and they're on the north coast of Cornwall, if I'm right. Not the south coast or the So definitely worth a trip to that side of the peninsula.
Just wrap up though. That is fucking
really
banging,
good.
boys.
Yeah.
It's fucking killer, that, isn't it?
It's fucking good, isn't it?
It's the first time I've tried it. Nice one, Jonny.
Got to be made up with that, Jonny and James. That is sensational. But look, Jonny, go and enjoy the rest of Brizzle.
Final words from Brighton.
Not Brizzle.
Oh, it's Brighton. You're in Brighton. Sorry.
Brizzle. Yeah, well, that's closer to home than this. Right.
So I thought you said you were in a completely different place. But then I realised.
Well, look, guys, I'm so glad you enjoyed the beer. It was a joy making it. It was a joy to be part of this Project X for me. It was nice to get involved with brewers like Sureshot, which I'm sure they'll invite me back up to Mank and we can come and have a nice night out, I bet.
Do the reverse. That's it. Yeah.
Absolute legends. All right.
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
Great beer.
Cheers. Have a good night.
Enjoy.
Bye.
Cool. Okay, that was good.
Oh, that's such a good beer.
Yeah, that's
Tell
really
you
good.
what, these beers are bloody.
I'm
good.
not nearly as drunk as I thought I would be for.
Not nearly as thin as drunk you am.
Yeah. Oh God, though, this is the big one now, isn't it?
Well, hang on a minute. So this is going to be something quite special now. So we're about to move into. I am stalling a little because we're waiting for our beer to come over.
Big step.
But we're about to go into the final furlong, I think. It's
have a quick bit of interaction. How are we doing out there? What's the feeling? How are you doing? If you are drinking along, which is your favourite beer so far?
Big E, thank you very much, sir. Oh, hang on. We've missed a few questions here, so let's do it in retrospect. A question for James.
I wonder if James is still here. Is James still here? He might still be here.
No, but it's a bit of a.
Oh yeah.
It's a bit
James told us that it's Stephen McGear.
Yeah.
So,
he said it definitely isn't.
That tracks.
Stephen McGear. It's James McGear.
Yeah. This is all good. Right, here we go. Big stout time.
We have
boys
big
and girls.
stouts. Thank you very much.
This cannot reminds me of Verdant's unconventional tactics. It's like the same color scheme, which has just also got me excited because I've realised that they finally brewed it again for the first time in 3 years, and that's a Nelson bomb. So I cannot wait to get my chops around that.
So.
Right then, Paul, shall we bring in our last two guests?
I'm excited about this. I'm excited about the beer. I'm excited about the people. One of these people we're about to bring in, we spoke to quite a lot, and we love him. The other one we haven't spoke to, but is a brewery I admire more than most breweries in the country because it's is a brewery we used to do on tap quite a lot when I had a tap room, so it means a lot to me, and we used to sell a load of it.
And actually, the next brewery, like Three Hills, they're actually based. They're based just down the road from our sponsors on the channel, Mosaic Board Printers.
Yeah, indeed.
Who make some great beer mats.
So please welcome to the stage, everybody.
Andy from Three Hills and Damian the Emperor from Emperors. Oh, look at it! Look at this.
Oh, you big poser. Hello, Andy.
How's it going? Hi, guys.
Just flexing your muscles.
How you doing, boys?
Get the old arms in.
How are we?
Very good. Yeah, not too bad.
I'm good. I'm good.
I know. Damian's been drinking along since the very beginning. He was in here before us. But how about you, Andy?
I've only I tried the dipper from Sureshot and Pipeline, but that's my first beer of the day. So I'm fairly fresh.
Have you had a hard day in the brewer's yard?
Yeah. We've been we did a little bit of tasting earlier actually, and then the tap room's open tonight in Northamptonshire. So we've got a singer on, and so I've been in there just seeing what's going on. Yeah,
warming up for the singer.
That's Damian. What the hell are you up to?
Keep it short.
I've been here since. I've literally I've been here since like 7:30. I'm like 6 cans in, mate. I'm absolutely backwards, but it's been good. I've enjoyed it, the whole thing.
Right, so let's get this out of the way. Andy.
Hang on. Let me just read. I'm going to read the blurb.
Okay, let's get the blurb out of the way.
Get the blurb out of the way.
Hold fire.
We've done the pour. Stronger than blood. A collab between these two fine gents. Ridiculously thick with 2 C's. Yule log inspired imperial stout. Rich and decadent with deep flavors of dark chocolate, roasted coffee, caramel, and hints of vanilla. Let's go.
Right. The comments are like just praising this to high heaven here. So let's go.
Yeah, I should probably sniff it first.
Oh my God.
It's a bit dangerous, to be fair.
Oh, fuck off. That's
very dangerous.
Oh, that's remarkable.
I just need to flag this comment up just because it feeds our ego. I just want everyone to look at that and take that in. Short and stout, good day. Thank you for.
Then you can probably feed the egos of Andy and Damian actually by scrolling down a little bit because
Three Hills never disappoint.
People are absolutely raving about this.
Dark chocolate loveliness and luckily not too much vanilla. Luckily. Northampton crew, loose. I think you might know loose. So I'm going to stop showing those comments. Get Dame to sing Uncle Joe's Mint Ball.
You know who that is, don't you? You know who that is.
You know who that is. Yeah.
That is Stu from State of Kings. That is definitely Stu from State of Kings. Don't maybe later.
Right. Before we get too silly, we can get silly in a minute. But let's just talk a little bit about this beer. So where did it happen? I'm assuming, Damian, you drove down to Northampton. You were like, "Come on, then, let's fucking do something. I'm going to break your kit."
No, unfortunately, because my calendar's been crazy just recently, so I couldn't be there. I was very, very gutted about it. But Andy brews some of the best. My favourite imperial stouts probably in the UK, and. He's amazing at imperial stouts. I do a lot of collabs, as you guys know, but the person I do the most collabs with is Three Hills. I think this is number 5. I think this is our 5th collab together.
Match made in heaven.
So whenever
sixth technically.
Whenever is this 6?
Yeah, but what didn't ever get released?
6.
That was
because we broke the kit.
Yeah,
we broke the kit, but
Is this a running thing?
So,
how did you break the kit?
Yeah, we destroyed Andy's kit. Oh, well, we just put too much bloody stuff in it. It just buckled the mash plate. Anyway, it was only a small kit. It wasn't the big kit, thank Christ. But so whenever, I get asked to do a lot of collabs, but the only person I always say yes to is Andy because he's a legend. So there you go.
Awesome. When someone does break someone's kit, how do you get around that?
Well, I drove home, so I don't know how you got around it. I was like, cheers, mate, I'm off. Thanks.
Yeah, we had to dig out about 50 kilos of extremely wet, hot, sticky malt. And then reshaped the mash tun false bottom afterwards so that it was usable again. But yeah, you probably shouldn't try and put like 30% rye in an imperial stout. Doesn't work, even though I thought it did at the time.
So if there is anyone out there that's watching at the moment, I was going to say, if there's anyone at the
I was
moment
just
that
going to say,
is a
Andy was
home brewer-
bragging that his kit would just laughter anything. So let's just absolutely go for it. And so we absolutely went for it, and we broke it. So,
so it would have been great though if it had come out. It would have been the best beer ever.
it would have been great.
Yeah,
it's like when Tenacious D forgot that song. Forgot the greatest song in the world. It was but yeah, if there's anyone out there at the moment that is into the market of brewing stouts and as a home brewer, then you've got two of the finest in the market right here. So if you want your tips,
now's the chance to ask.
You'll never have a better time. Can't guarantee that they'll be sober when they're answering, but
so Andy, I'm going to disregard Damian for a minute because things will be said shortly, I'm sure. Andy, we've not spoke before, but as I said, you've got a real sort of soft spot in my heart because when I had a little tap room with my wife down, up from you in the West Midlands, we used to sell loads of your stuff, and it was like a perennial favourite on tap, and especially the big stout you did, the big silly stouts. And I have very fond memories of bonding over many of our favourite customers and now friends, Chris included, actually, over your stuff. So I guess what I'm saying is, why do you want to do a collab with Damian? Do you want your business to fold that quickly?
He wants to call in an insurance claim on the kit.
Yeah.
No, I guess what I'm saying is you guys are clearly of a like mind. So give us a little potted history of Three Hills because I'm intrigued myself, to be honest with you.
Okay, yeah. So basically, we started in my family home garage in 2017. I built a 200-liter kit, the one we broke, and then we rapidly expanded. We had about 13 tanks. We were doing about 6,000 liters. A lot of brewing. And then in 2020, we got a brewery in South London on the Bermondsey Beer Mile, a 10 hectoliter brewery and a tap room. And then in 2022, we moved all the brewing operation back to Northamptonshire, where we also have another tap room. It's just growing from going from strength to strength, really.
Where's your inspiration from?
Who gets you?
Don't
well,
say.
My inspiration.
Yes. Chris said, "Who gets you hard?" Which is
right. Okay. Well,
terrible. There we go.
I mean,
in terms of brewing.
Yeah.
In terms of brewing. I enjoy. Mikula was like a big inspiration back in the day. I enjoyed a lot of his beers, and then I moved to China back in 2017. That's where I trained to be a brewer. So I was tasting a lot of the American expats beer over in Shanghai. So they were a big inspiration for me. And and then in the UK, obviously Damian stouts are amazing, and we really like Bolt City for their fruited sours. Hazy stuff you've got a love for damp, but inspiration is wide, I guess.
Let's take a step back. You learned to brew in China. That's what you meant to say is I learned to brew in my parents' garage. otherwise our brains explode. So how did Chinese brewing operate then? What's that about?
Well, I was living in Shanghai, and the beer was the domestic beer, the Qingdao, was pretty bad. So I thought I better start making my own. And I got a bit carried away. I had one whole room in my apartment, like fully air conditioned. I had about 8 craft beers on tap, more beers than most of the bars. And then some professional brewers tried my beers, recommended me for a job, and I trained under a German brewer on a 10 hectoliter kit, learned the technical side of it. And then I moved back to the UK and set up the brewery in the family home garage, like getting back to my home brewing roots, I guess.
Oh man, that is the most interesting sort of discovery story ever. Yeah,
so
man.
I was just typing a message in the backstage chat to Ollie, but I'm just going to say it here because I can't be bothered. Ollie, I'm going to bring you back in because you just put that comment about Andy getting you hammered.
Oh yeah. Hey Ollie, man.
Anecdotes.
How's it going, Andy? How you doing?
Yeah, good. How are you?
Very well, thanks. No, I was just reminiscing in the comments there about having a very joyful time at your tap room. So we did the brew mainly with Steve. Well, and Andy was in the background. He had his Oktoberfest evening that night, and yeah, me and Steve were working away. I think it was a 12-hour brew day at least, something like that.
Yeah.
I mean, Steve did most of it. Let's be honest.
He did. What a legend.
What a legend. But then, yeah, later on that evening, as we stepped into Oktoberfest, just had such good crack with Andy, everybody at the brewery, all the customers. It was Oktoberfest night. We're all in our Lederhosen. I was in my dungarees. And yeah, we had many shots. I woke up in the bed, woke up the next morning, and I was like, how the fuck did I get here? It was one of those one of those evenings. So
and as an aside, Ollie, like, because you've stayed around mine a couple of times and we've been out drinking, and I don't know how you get up and you leave at the crack of dawn. You're like, I wake up and you're always gone already. So I'm up. I'm like, how the fuck has he driven back now? I mean, let's not talk too much about it. Let's not muse about that. But I'm like, fuck me. How have you even woke up in a good state, in a state of mind where you're like, oh, I can do this without throwing up.
Luckily, I've never really suffered from hangovers that much, and
you're one of those. Yeah,
I know. I'm an early riser as well. But anyway, enough about me. I'll remove myself now. But yeah,
no,
thanks again hosting me, Andy. It was a bloody good night that was, and you should definitely visit both of his tap rooms.
Cheers, man. Yeah, it was brilliant. And I am also amazed how you get back. It's a miracle. He texted me about 8:30 saying I'm back home already. 8:30 a.m.
It just disappears. Like you get a message at 6:30 in the morning, 3 hours before you've got up, saying, "Yeah, I'm on a bike ride up Snowdon." What? Anyway, that's not us. So, look, okay, let's talk about this collaboration then. So, how we're piecing together the Project X thing is, Ollie from Brewser will say, here's who we've got available. Everyone choose who they want to work with. How did it work from your guys' point of view? Did you instantly just go, well, we know each other, we're going to choose each other? Or did you have other options that you wanted to choose, but you gravitated again towards each other?
I think I spoke to Ollie and we discussed who would be best to collab with on an Imperial Stout, and Damian's the man. So it was pretty easy, really. And then I just called him up and I was like, do you want to do another collab? And yeah, fortunately, he agreed.
And as we've already established, anytime Andy says, do you want to do a collab, I always say yes. So it was pretty straightforward, to be fair.
Yeah.
Andy rang me, said, do you want to do a collab? Like, yeah, obviously, yes.
So who came up with the recipe, though?
It's Brewser.
Who came up with the recipe, though?
I think we came up with the recipe, and then we put the recipe back and forth. But I mean, yeah, we've done so many together now. We know what we're doing, don't we? Yeah,
we're completely in sync, me and Andy.
Yeah,
we've got a very similar philosophy on Imperial Stout. So it's a very. I mean, you do collabs with some breweries, and like either you send them a recipe or they send you a recipe, and you look at it and go, oof, not sure about that. But every time Andy sends me a recipe, I'm like, well, how am I going to improve on that? Because it's absolutely bloody fantastic. So it's pretty simple between Andy and I.
Yeah,
I have questions for this whole thing, but firstly, I just need to make an announcement to Paul. Like, I don't know if I fully flushed your toilet. He's got one of these weird. He's got one of these weird toilets where like you have to like the sinks.
Oh my god! We're talking about floaters. What's going on?
Yeah. No. It was only a wee, but it was it's.
That's what happens when you drink your collaboration beers, Andy and Damian. It's that the piss is that thick. He's concerned that that's a floater.
It's got a sink where like it's on top of the cistern. You need to kind of like leave it going to fill up the flush. And I keep pressing the button down. It's not doing it.
It's okay. We'll work through it.
We can sort this out later.
We'll talk about it in therapy.
Second question is, have you asked these yet? So could you do a barrel aged version of this?
Oh man, could you?
Yeah, 100%. We could definitely do that. Yeah.
Well, you're in luck then, Beelzebub 15.
What barrels though? I mean, maybe we should ask the public. What barrels though? Bourbon, whiskey,
what would you want this to be?
Yeah.
How would it work?
Madeira, I don't know.
I actually haven't bought any barrels for a little while, but I used to have like a French guy, just call up and he'd just list off this amazing list of barrels, like Madeira barrels, port barrels, cognac barrels, bourbon barrels. It was, yeah. I think we should get some more in.
For sure. The next question is there chili in the stout?
No chili. No, there's just there's chocolate malt. There's about 10 different malts in there. So yeah, just and Galaxy is the hop. So there's a little bit of a spicy note from that. That's probably what he's picking up there.
That could be it. And we just got more compliments for it, really. So the project's been superlative. Could have used a bigger word. Can't wait till the next one. So I imagine that's going to be obviously next year. But man, yeah,
you're doing well if you can type superlative at this time, man.
Oh, we've got another can coming here. Look at this. We got more on the go.
We've only been sharing cans throughout this, but yeah, we're doubling up on this one because it's an absolute banger.
Malt whiskey. I like this one because I'm really into peated whiskey, so I really like this idea. Malt whiskey, throw it in the sea and forget about it for 9 months.
That'd be good.
Because if that fucking beer doesn't taste like mountains and bad weather and stout, then it's not worth having.
Most of my stouts based on bad decisions, to be fair.
Stouts and bad decisions.
Oh man! Well, I'll tell you what. As a capper to someone, honestly, from 5 of the best beers and 4 of the best dippers I've had in a long time, and a sour beer, which I've actually enjoyed, which is weird for me. This is an absolute capper. I mean, what a fucking brilliant beer, boys! What a brilliant beer!
Thanks, man.
We've cracked it again because it's that good.
So Andy, I mean, I know you mentioned earlier your story, and I was listening, but the outpost that you've got down in London, is that more just like a tap room thing now, and you don't really don't do anything out of that? It's just
it's just a pure tap room down there. We've got a stage in there, so we do like live music. We've got 18 taps, slushy cocktails, all sorts of stuff, indoor, outdoor seating. So yeah, it's a nice place to go.
Oh, awesome, man! And
I think it's absolutely amazing down there. Amazing.
Yeah, I mean, I think we all need to get together and brew a beer.
Just done.
That'd be cool.
Shall we do that? We could call it. I don't know.
Don't think the name.
Shitty live
Don't
stream.
think of the name. Because there has to be some. There has to be. Stout and bad decisions. Nice. But to make this an
need to start
authentic
podcasting. Yeah.
Well, to make this an authentic Emperor's beer, obviously we need some
wax seal bottles.
Well, yeah, but some Star Wars reference, which is just not Star Warsy enough to be sued. So. which you've absolutely nailed, David.
I mean, if anything, he's tried to get sued, and they're just not interested.
But it's become the art form now, hasn't it? So Stronger Than Blood. What's the reference there?
That's good. And what's the story on the side? Actually, that's.
I'll leave that one to Damian. He's
definitely
more qualified.
So the story on the side, right? The story on the side is insane because I thought I was the only fucking person in the world that knew that story. So the story on the side is that they took Luke Skywalker's lightsaber from Return of the Jedi and they took it up to the ISS. They took it up. They took it up on like Discovery, a shuttle. And it was escorted from California by Chewbacca, Boba Fett, and a stormtrooper. Kind of escorted it to like Houston. and they put it into the shuttle, but they put it into a compartment that the astronauts couldn't get into, just in case they were like fucking about with it and like broke it or something. So it literally went in a little compartment that they couldn't open. And then when they came back, they took it to like George Lucas at Lucasfilm, who then not donated it, but gave it for a limited amount of time to like the space exhibition in Houston. So it was on display in the, but it was Luke Skywalker's, like the actual one that he used from Return of the Jedi. And I thought I was the only person that knew that story, frankly, because I'm a nerd. And when I read the design of this car, I'm like, oh my God, someone else knows that story. How
you didn't alter that story up?
No, I literally read the Scientist Cat tonight and went, oh my God. It was done for the 30th anniversary of the original film, so it was 2007.
Amazing. I was convinced that I definitely was convinced that you nerded that one up. Oh, thanks, Rick.
No, clearly someone else out there is a nerd. I don't know, but yeah.
Oh, there's plenty of us. I mean, you. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. It's obviously clearly a lightsaber, and then there's rockets on there as well. But I mean, I suppose we look at rockets differently.
It's a great label, though.
1960s cosmonaut sort of stuff versus today's Russian rockets.
Isn't it an amazing label, though?
It's great.
It's beautiful
I love
design work. I mean, it's just a super
I want this one.
kind of piece
Tom's
of
still
art.
there, I think.
Yeah, Tom's still there.
They work
Amazing,
really
mate.
well together.
Absolutely amazing.
They just work together as prints, and there's.
Let's bring Tom in. Let's bring Tom in.
Tom's really thought about.
Hey, Tom.
Hey, guys.
We're just saying, Tom.
I mean,
Did you think how these things would sit together on? I know they're not going to sit together on shelves, but you know, there's obviously like a theme running through them. But could you imagine them sitting on shelves together?
Yeah, well, I knew they'd go out together in a box, so they had to sit together as a series, and that's something that I love to do. Just like put a bunch of beers together to make sure that they work together. And yeah, this one's a little bit different to the others, because the others kind of they span the whole label, but this one's kind of like focused just that square on the front of the can. But yeah, it's like directly, as I said, directly influenced by these like Russian like Matchbox labels from the 1950s kind of space race era. So it's kind of it's the most exciting time for like space, and yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it seemed absolutely right, and that the hand on the front is directly influenced from like the hand and the hammer and the sickle from like some of that stuff from early days. So yes, I've tried to keep it as authentic as possible and use those references from that stuff. But yeah, thank you, Damian. That's really kind of you to say.
I mean, you put that in like a big frame. I put that on my wall. I mean, that's absolutely. I mean, all the other labels are great, but that was the best, obviously. You know,
I'll get you a print. I'll get you a print made up.
On my wall.
If you have that design as a backlit print, he would put it in his man cave, the Fat Jedi, which is what he's put it back there. He's got some can art there that's literally just like backlit. Come on, can you show us, or can you show the?
Do you want to see it? I don't know if you can really. I don't know.
It's
because it's backlit. It doesn't really work as a.
I need to ask Ollie just quickly. Ollie, read your WhatsApp messages.
There you go. That's the can art from the Heist collab that I did. That very, very slowly changes colour. So yeah. So there you go.
Yeah, you showed us that last night. It was beautiful.
It's so cool. Well, we need one of those as like a backlight for when we do our videos. It's yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what. Here's the thing. We're about to run out of time, so let's do this. Let's wrap up, but we'll bring Ollie back in. We'll talk about the winners of hopefully Tom's.
Well, this is what I was doing. This is where we might need to stall for a bit more time, just because I'm getting Ollie now to go through and star all the comments of the suggestions for the competition.
Absolutely. So what I'm going to suggest is, should we take a minute to do that? Because again, toilet breaks and all that, and then let's bring Ollie back in. Let's talk about.
No, Ollie's doing something.
Oh, he's doing it. And then Damian, are you free to hang around for a bit?
He's free.
Absolutely. I've got a few beers knocking around, so I can.
Show off your Methuselahs of beer.
A couple of 100 beers there.
Do you want to see the big one? Should I go and get it?
Get the Methuselahs out. Yeah.
Bring it. There we go. We'll have that one next.
Oh my god!
We'll open that one next.
What is that?
Let's do that in a Brewser box.
Smash it,
That's what I'll do. Andy,
It's,
I'll bring you out. And Tom. Yeah, I mean, Tom, you can still be there if you want.
Cheers, man.
But yeah, no. Give us the backstory on that Methuselah, Damian.
Yeah, so it's a St. Bernardus Abstract 12. I've got two of them. There's another one there. Look. And I bought them off Matt Hinton at Brew Cabin, which is an amazing shop. He also owns Brew Tavern in Nottingham. And what I'm going to do, we're going to net these. Well, I'll probably need help, but we're going to drink them. And then I'm going to fill them with that Emperor's beer and take them to like beer festivals and stuff and do big pours. They're like 6 litres or something. It's absolutely mental. So yeah, I'm going to refill them with Emperor's beer and take them to probably the first one I'll do is Nottingham Craft Beer Festival. You've got to come to. It's absolutely tremendous. So that will be the debut of the Emperor's Methuselah of beer.
well, yeah. What's the Star Wars equivalent of a Methuselah?
Well, I mean, Yoda was 800 years old, so probably Yoda.
I'll have a Yoda of Imperial Stouts, please.
What were the?
Yeah, I'll have a Yoda of Imperial Stout.
I was thinking something that's gigantic in the Star Wars universe. What are the
Jabba? Can I have a Jabba of Imperial Stout, please?
What's the name for the worms that come out of the meteorites and attack the Millennium Falcon? As they rested in their stomachs.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, one of them.
Yeah. With the Minox. One of them.
A crate dragon of beer. That's what you want.
Oh, there we go. Yeah.
We've got the
crate of beer.
There we go.
Right.
With a K. Yeah.
Damien, we'll bring you back in shortly. We're just going to go through the short list, I guess, of this is what I got Ollie to.
We've got a short list, have we? For the this is the names of the.
This is for the competition.
Collaboration
yeah.
beer.
So what was it? What did we say? We said.
So we said if we could create a 7th collaboration beer. And
a mega collab
with everyone who's involved in the Project X this year, and they all got together and brewed a beer. What would it be? What was the name of what was the style they were doing? And also, was there some kind of space context to it? But we'll see.
If you can throw in some space context, fine. If you can give us the style, even better. Let's see what we got. I mean, let's go. So we had Mark Armstrong, Interstellar. Sounds out of this world.
Nice.
Good
punning.
I think the good pun there. Yeah, with Stella. There was another Interstellar from Rick Boyer, but interestingly, he went for a Galaxy and Apollo hop lager.
Well, let's talk these through. The problem with having a lager is you've got Damian from Emperors on it, whose controversial beer opinion is lager is basically hop water.
It's hoppy water.
So he wouldn't do that.
Well, damp air, I think is what he famously called it.
Damp air, yes.
Yeah. Then we've got Roddenberry's Star Trek. Very heavy sour. His ashes were sent into space on the spaceship. That's good. No, that's good because that right there. His ashes were sent into space. That's what's going on the brief. Little side story as well.
Nailed the brief, and we've got Barry in the title.
Greg,
and everything. Yeah.
Greg, you're on the list.
You're on the list.
You're on the list. A good list as well, not a bad one. The Secret 7 cans with no labels and a prize for who names the style that hop the brewery.
Oh, we've got a bit of a concept around it as well.
Jesus, we've gone Interstellar. Oh.
I like the idea though.
It is interesting.
Mm.
Does it hit the brief?
No, clearly not.
Yeah.
But Adrian, that's a great concept though.
Beelzebub, sour, probing the void, deep cherry.
Nice.
Probing the void.
Succinct.
I like the.
It feels
a deep cherry. It feels
a bit short-shotty.
Yeah. Feels a bit sexual.
Everything feels sexual to you.
Yeah, it does. To be
I like that one. Okay, that's a contender.
Beer Fridge have gone for Apollo 52
Paper
postage. Sour IPA, 5.2%. I mean, that's good.
Yeah,
they've gone for the 5.2 ABV.
You're in the list.
Tie in with the 52.
Like
whack Beer Fridge in there. Yeah. Space Musk ProjectX.
No.
Yeah, I mean,
Big E, we can't be promoting the takeover of global democracy. Really.
I mean, I just really fucking hate Elon Musk.
Burn him to the ground.
What's this one? Intergalactic Eclipse, a black and vanilla imperial pastry stout.
That sounds like a good. It sounds like a good beer.
Intergalactic Eclipse. It sounds epic.
I'm just liking the black cherry and vanilla. That's doing it for me. Ooh,
that'd work.
That's it. That's it.
Yeah, whack Declan.
Thank you, Declan. You're in the list.
Steve McGear, Belgian double quad, last man in space. Ooh, now that
succinct.
That I feel that would be that'd be a can right there. Last man in space.
Belgian double quad. Ooh.
And a Belgian double quad. I think Damian would get his chops around that. He'd be like, "Oh, come on, man,
Stephen, you're a man after our own hearts." Absolutely.
Whack Stephen.
You're in.
What else have we got? Exogorth worm.
Yes.
What does that mean?
Is it Exogorth what we're talking about in terms of the massive Star Wars thing? Is that an Exogorth?
I don't know. Is this an incorrectly flagged comment?
I don't know if it's just a crossover. We're talking about the big worms that come out in Empire Strikes Back.
Got you. Well, I'm not sure it makes it into the list.
I think it is an Exogorth.
Jamie Patel, brevity, a mix of everything the brewers are drinking when they brew. Oh my god,
that's just really wholesome.
Well, that'd be a lot of lager.
Jamie,
it would be a hell of a lot of lager.
Except for Damien.
Lager with some imperial stout in there.
That's just a beautifully wholesome thing, and I hope that comes to pass. But everyone's really cynical and awful on this, so no, that wouldn't happen. But lovely for that.
Cool. Ollie, did you make a list of that short list? In fact, let's bring Ollie back in. I'm bringing you back in. Hello.
Hello.
Did you make a list of that?
There were some fantastic names there, wasn't there?
I want you to be the judge because you're the Project X director. So we need you to make a decision for the winner on that. So what do you think would hit the brief if you were reading that?
You can recap them if you want.
Well, hey, do you remember the shortlist?
Yep. So
okay.
we've got two Interstellars, but I think we almost have to disregard those because there's two people have chosen it. But we've got Roddenberry's Star Trek with the emphasis on Berry, I think.
And it's also got what you would put on the side of the can about his ashes being sent into space.
It's a solid recommendation.
Yeah.
We've got Probing the Void.
Deep cherry.
We've got Apollo 52 in brackets pay postage. It's got all the.
I imagine you'll like that for the dig, but you won't like it for giving them the publicity.
Intergalactic Eclipse, who've got the best recipe clearly,
and
we've got Belgium double quad, last man in space.
That was it. Yeah.
So I couldn't decide. There's so many good ones on there. I couldn't decide. So I put it into.
Hang on a minute. We've got a late comer. Sorry, Ollie. There's a late comer. We missed it.
There's more.
Everyone's they can't win because we're just complete children when it comes to naming convention.
That is excellent.
But it's up there.
Anyway.
Oh, and we got one more.
It is up there.
And we got a beautiful.
That was it. It was
brevity.
Oh, pop that one. So yeah, I put it. We've got a little green room backstage, if you like, private chat. So I put it in there and asked everybody to vote. And the winner is tonight the Belgium double quad.
There we go. So that
was
was
that
last man in space.
Last
Yeah,
man
there
in
we go.
space, and we've even got a suggestion to age it in Madeira barrels as well. So,
Holy shit.
Fantastic!
Could this
Steve,
be a reality? Could this be
it
happening?
could be.
Steve, where are you based?
Damon's nodding his head.
Where are you? This is where he says he's in Australia or something, and he's actually just watching this while he's at work.
Okay. You can if you send us your details to what's our address now? planetbeertv@gmail.com.
Do that, or just send it to the Brewser widget.
Or the Brewser widget, whatever.
Hit us up on the Brewser widget, and we'll get those prints posted.
We will also highlight.
Thanks everybody for suggesting.
On the final video, we'll highlight on the comment and just pin it at the top, just so Steve knows. Assuming he's still here, he might not be here. He might have gone.
He just dumbest recommendations for beers and leads. Classic Steve.
Oh no, he's here. There he is. I don't know. He's dabbed.
He's dabbed.
He's dabbed. So he's in. Fantastic. Well, Ollie, I really feel like tonight has gone really well, and I think we're
been a great success.
At 2 hours 15. It's been it's a nice run time, and I guess.
I'll tell you what, though. I mean, considering drinking like huge imperial stouts, and brilliant dippers, and even sours, which I'm well behind now. I'm converted, Ollie. It's happened. I'm converted. What a collection of brewers! What a collection of just talent, man.
It was so great to listen in, see all the comments. Yeah, a lot of love for all these beers. And yeah, the breweries bloody put a lot of effort into them as well. So amazing job by all.
Bass is just checking in. How pissed are you guys?
Strangely, not too bad.
We're not too bad.
We're not too
bad.
Okay. So we'll hang around for another sort of 15 minutes or so.
So I'll tell you what. There's the remaining few still in. So let's just have a big mashup. Let's get everyone.
One more. Get them all in. One thing I will say before we all disappear is that we held some stock back for any damages and stuff like that. So there is still a few boxes remaining of ProjectX.
Brilliant.
So they're live on the website now. If you haven't got a box and you're watching this, go and get it at Brewser.beer.
Ollie, you've been an absolute gentleman. Everybody who's joined in, thank you so much. It's been wonderful. And everyone who's been watching and drinking along and commenting, you've been wonderful. We love you. Thank you so much. So I think we're going to do a bit of an after party for half hour or so, shall we?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What, live, or are we going to keep it going?
Yeah, we'll just hang around here for a bit if you want to.
Yeah, let's keep it going.
Damon's full of stories if you want to hang around and talk about this.
Keep
if
it
not,
going.
drop off and we'll catch you all on the flip side, I'm sure. But thanks, everyone.
Grab another beer if you're willing to stay around, because
and we'll catch you in a few minutes when we've gone and done our toilet business.
Yeah. So okay. Great. Well, thanks everyone. We're going to carry on now. This is the next part. So hello everyone.
Hey, if you just
the paid part.
John, just as because we're kind of all gloves off now. It's just like,
sorry.
Whatever.
This is unofficial now, by the way. Whatever we say now, you can't sue us for this.
John, I do have to periodically keep muting you when there's talking going on, just because there's like, without the headphones, you do a thing, bit of reverb. But
sorry,
let us know that you're here.
Yes. Right. Let's get hammered.
Right,
I've been here for 3 hours, mate. I'm already hammered.
Now it's your opportunity to chat on the chats to just ask questions. Go for it.
Yeah. Just guys, if you are still watching, chuck some questions in, and we'll highlight them for the guys.
We're going to end the. Oh, we can't end the stream, can we? Otherwise, everyone will disappear. That's a shame.
No, let's keep it going.
No, we'll keep it going for it. Yep, whack it. Party at Damian's, apparently.
Do you know what? What I've learned today is that State of Kind's only been going for 2 years, John. I thought State of Kind had been going for bloody ever. Honestly, because I was chatting to Stu ages ago. You're obviously Stu, the head brewer. Bloody ages ago. I honestly thought you'd be going longer than 2 years. That's mad, mate. What you've built in 2 years is bloody incredible, mate. Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, 2 years last August. So like, yeah, just this August gone. Yeah, 2 years. Yeah, so like we hit the ground hard. Do you know what I mean? So I've got some headphones. I'm going to see if I can get them connected.
Hey!
Yay!
John, there you go. John, we are muting you because we don't understand Wigan. It's one way. It's definitely one way of putting it. But yeah, no, I mean this has been really cool. What's
of course, not a lot of people know this, but I also grew up with a Wigan address. So I was born. I grew up in Lee, which is just outside Wigan. So yeah, so I've grown up grew up in Wigan, kind of. So I've got a great affinity. I have had a Wigan kebab. I had one in Nottingham the other week, right? And I put it on like Facebook and got like 700 comments. It's like absolutely mental. Yeah. You know, a pie bam, as they call it outside Wigan.
Yeah,
it was Wigan
kebab.
My first time having one when we did the brew day up there, and it was fucking delicious, actually, with a bit of gravy in there as well.
It's literally just it's carbohydrate. You can't go wrong with carbohydrate. Do you know what I mean? It's not double carbohydrate. Perfect.
I'm just letting John. John's back. There you go.
He's back.
Oh.
He's talking.
It was just he went black, so I was like.
Remember the speed bumps?
We've got a question actually for you.
You've knackered my car. You've got to go back.
Really?
Yeah, it's literally going back in February because you've literally ripped the battery out the back of my car.
What? That was Tom Bacon's fault. That was
Tom, the fatty in the back.
Classic Tom.
Teslas have a fart
a state of
voice.
kind Emperor collab. What style would it be?
It's happening. It's happening.
Well, we are talking about an Imperial Stout. We can't tell you the details, but it's very, very Wigan. That's all I'm going to say. It's going to be very, very Wigan. Right?
I think you need to break into the song now. I think the song is needed. You need to do the song now, David.
What? Stu keeps sending you messages saying, sing the song. Like, it's just, he's a nutcase, that
lad. Are you
lad.
going to sing the song?
Do you want me to sing? I can sing this if you make one. I'll sing the song.
Go on.
Okay,
go on.
What promises do we have to make?
Right.
So this is a
there is a place in Wigan.
Oh.
Yeah, here we go, teaser. There is a place in Wigan, a place you all should know, a busy little factory where things are all aglow. They don't make sticks or apple cakes or things you stick on walls, but they work away night and day on Uncle Joe's mint balls, 'cause Uncle Joe's mint balls give you all a glow. Hey up, give them to your granny and watch the bugger go. Away with coughs and snivels, take a few in hand. Suck 'em and see, you'll agree they're the best in all the land. Now, there's about 19 verses of that song, so we won't do them all.
We've got another 20 minutes, Damian. So.
Amazing.
There is a verse about a girlfriend called Gladys of Passion She Were Lacking, but I'm not going to do that because it's a little bit old-fashioned now. That
yeah, I mean, even that rhymed.
Oh no, those are the lyrics.
It's just been sitting in the wings.
Yes, there's a big hint about what the collab might be.
I'm quite. Well, just answer this question here. Oh, we've got a comment. Sorry.
Yeah.
Jamin again. I'm looking forward to getting around to some tap rooms after all this, as I need to do a visit to all these breweries. But which ones are doing a tap takeover in London? London somewhere anytime soon? Where are you based in London, Jamin? It's a big old village, I've heard.
I'd say, I mean, London, you've obviously got Bermondsey Beer Mile, and then you've also got is it the Black Horse Mile where you up in Walthamstow? Yeah, you got that. I mean, you got those
Pretty
two.
Decent.
But I mean, you're not going to do those all in one day.
I'll tell you what, if you fancy a good weekend this weekend, and it's a little bit of a stretch out of London, but I'm sure there's a train. I'm doing a Meet the Brewer tap takeover at the Butcher's Hook in Southampton tomorrow.
That's a great
God help me. Brilliant pub. But it's going to be Emperors versus Sinister. And Sinister is a guy called Logan Bartlett. He's a Kiwi. He lives up near Edinburgh. He makes the most incredible imperial stouts you've ever had. Honestly, he took over from me as like the highest rated brewer in the UK on Untappd, and they're amazing stouts. So I'm going to be there tomorrow. I've literally got about 6 hours sleep, and then I've got to get down to Southampton. So if you fancy getting out on the train, Southampton, come down to the Butcher's up tomorrow.
That was one of the things that was quite funny about this, because originally, Damien, you weren't penciled in for this. It was Andy from Three Hills, and then it was like Ollie dropped in at the last minute and was like, "Hey guys, I've got some good news. Damien's in." And I'm like, I knew he couldn't resist. I knew he couldn't resist.
I know I was supposed to be going to Southampton today, but then something else came up and I couldn't. So I've literally, and now we've got Storm Bert, which is the most working class storm I've ever heard of. Storm Bert. Is he what a minor? What the fuck? So we've got Storm Bert coming in. I keep getting messages from Ant and Butcher's Hook saying, "Ooh, we're gonna have 60-mile-an-hour winds by 8:30 in the morning. I think you should arrive at 7." I'm like, I'm 3 hours away. You've got to be kidding me. Just no bloody way. So yeah, so I've got to get up at the crack of dawn. I'll be well before dawn and drive down to Southampton tomorrow morning. So,
well, you'll do it and you'll smash it. We've seen what you're about.
I'm with Ollie, you see. So Ollie, I've got the same superpower as Ollie because I don't get hangovers.
This is bullshit.
Just don't get them. Yeah. Never had one.
This is honestly, this is actual bullshit. I get a hangover. I'm sniffing fucking cider sometimes. Ridiculous. Oh yeah, honestly, like 10 years ago, I could drink for 3 days in Belgium, leap up, and fucking be in Manchester the weekend after just getting shit faced for 2 days. Now it takes me like I have 3 bathums. I'm in bed till Tuesday. I don't know what's going on.
This
is awful.
The stag do I went to in Manchester this weekend. Like it, I'd say we went hard definitely on the Saturday. Normally you go hard on the Friday and then you kind of lay back a bit on the Saturday. But no, this is like the other way around. But both nights I kind of went for it. The last man standing for both nights. And normally that's it's fine for me. But I needed 2 days of it. So I didn't drink on Sunday, other than the beer that I would have been having at 4 a.m. on the Sunday morning, technically. And then Monday I didn't drink. Tuesday I didn't drink. I was like, I just feel tired and just lethargic. What is this, Paul? Is this old age?
Yes, I was going to. This is what I experienced.
Welcome.
Yeah, come in.
Yeah, come join us. We've got jackets. It says "old bastard" on the back. You'll love them.
Just
satin.
Fuck shoulder.
So, Jack Taylor, are we doing this next Friday? Might have it by then. I think that's a barbed comment at you and Every, Ollie.
Yeah. Sorry, Jack.
The
reach out on the help widget.
Yeah, the good news is this video will be going basically onto YouTube as soon as we press end stream. So you can do this next Friday, and it'll be like you're time traveling, I guess.
We'll just all come around to your house, Jack. Where do you live? We'll come around to your house and just sit in your front room.
We'll do it on tour.
Magic. Yeah, we'll just sit in your front room, don't we?
I think Stephen's cracked the magical superpower. How we've got it, Damien, as well.
Oh yeah,
that is true. Yeah, I'm not allowed to give blood anymore. Not allowed to give blood.
yeah.
I think we're seeing here. We're seeing Stephen the winner. This is how they're going to be handling the victory. You can't get a hangover if you're never sober.
Yeah,
So-
exactly. Well, you say that, but at some point, even like you just sober up because you're drinking so much. Because I've been there as well. I mean, Damian's there. Now. He hasn't stopped drinking in 10 years, have you? So,
Classo.
We do so every year on Good Friday. We've done this for like 20, 30 years maybe. On Good Friday, we call it Great Friday, and we go out drinking all day. And we've done it since we were students, right? And we still do it. We go to Nottingham, and a massive group of friends come from all over the country, and we converge on Nottingham. And we do Great Friday, and we start drinking at like 11 a.m. So there's a pub called Brew Tavern. My mate Matt runs it. It's right on the station. It's just next to the station. And you've been there?
Yeah, man. Yeah.
It's fabulous, right? So it's supposed to open at midday, but on Great Friday, he owns it just for us at 11 a.m. So like 20, 30 of us pile in there at like 11 a.m. And by the time like you really start cracking into it, and you're feeling a bit pissed, but by like 4 o'clock, you've sobered up again. It's like a cycle of like getting drunk and then sobering up and then getting drunk.
The beauty of day drinking
through the day.
Yeah.
There you go. Exactly. It's fabulous.
Nottingham is.
So
one
yeah,
of
if
my
anyone fancies Nottingham, Great Friday, you'll definitely bump into me.
It's Great Friday on Good Friday, or have you?
On Good Friday, yeah, we call it Great Friday.
Yeah.
And we just
you're taking it up a notch.
Brilliant.
Yeah,
that's good. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I mean, cool. I think Jesus died so we could get absolutely shit-faced on his birthday.
Yeah,
mate. His birthday? No, it's not.
I mean, we've got something here from the boys from Beer Fridge. Holy Grail beer. It kind of fits in with the. Yeah,
it's the theme.
The great
Screwback's Imperial Stout.
What would the Holy Grail be? What is Jesus?
So I've got this thing. I've got this thing about what is the greatest beer, right? On price, availability, and quality. What's the world's greatest beer? There is a right answer, so when you get it wrong, I'm going to tell you you're wrong. But what is
the world's greatest price? You told me this, and I agree with you. So
there you go. You're in there, Christy. We know you know.
I have a.
What do the audience think though? What do they think?
Yeah, let's see it in the comments.
Let's see what the answers are, and then we can tell them that they're wrong and tell them what they're wrong.
Yeah, what would Jesus drink?
Yeah, what would Jesus drink if he wasn't such a
WWJD?
It wasn't such a lightweight.
So mopey.
Is it blue WKD, Damian?
Only if you drop a quart in it.
You said beer. Obviously, we drop WKD.
Yeah, good stuff. There's some cracking beers out there. Obviously, I mean, what's your guys? There we go. Price and quality. You got to put quality in there because price and availability is fucking cold.
Doombar. Yeah. Yeah.
You missed out the important one there.
Price, quality, and availability. I knew I was missing something.
Bud Light is winning that poll.
Someone's put a cider in the chat.
And why is it cause? Yeah.
I'm just saving it. It's going live. There we go. Price, quality.
There we go. Look at that.
I'll start everything right as well, so that's good. Yeah, so let's see your comments on that one. What have we got? Yeah, Stewie Hayes has got Mary Down Silver Top Cider.
I don't know it.
Why is
I think he was on that.
No, he's not here.
Don't come with a name like Stewie Hayes and say cider, Stewie. Fucking
Should we send Stewie the link and get him in? Really fuck shit up.
Oh God, no! Not if you're drinking Mary Down Silver Top cider. Jesus Christ! You close it down. You get banned.
Everyone on the
But fast.
Oh yeah.
Light bulb.
My favourite spoonerism.
Nice.
Light bulb.
Well, light bulb further. That's a good shout. Yeah.
That's a good shout.
It's wrong, but it's a good shout.
And I think we've got one here from Friend Sunset, which I think falls more in line with what we're thinking, Damian.
Well, I'd have really gone for what, Friend Sunset is saying now.
Oh, we're getting closer.
Getting closer. You're getting in there.
Getting closer.
We're nearly there now. Nearly there.
I said West.
No one said the right answer yet.
Yeah, but I would have said Westmail, to be fair. But you've got another answer.
Yeah, I think it's not quite there on quality, though, compared to the real answer.
It ends in 12, doesn't it? The real answer?
You're right, though.
No.
You're right. It's pretty close, though.
Any
German wheat. Interesting. Shall I tell them the answer? Shall I tell them what the right answer is?
Put them at the misery.
Right. So the right answer to that question is Rochefort 10. Right? Because Rochefort 10 is incredible. It's a Belgian quad. It's Trappist beer. It's 11.2%. It is an amazingly well-made beer. It costs nothing. Like you go to a supermarket in Belgium and it's like £1.8. It's like €1.85 a bottle.
It is ridiculous.
Which makes it 150 or something.
It's everywhere. It's absolutely everywhere. I mean, you can buy it in supermarkets here. It's the most incredible beer. I first had my first experience of Rochefort 10 was in 1992. And I went to, he's a good mate of mine now, Simon at In de Wilderman in Amsterdam. An amazing pub. If you're ever in Amsterdam, go to In de Wilderman.
We've been there.
And,
it's
it's fabulous. Honestly. It's incredible. And I discovered like Chimay Blue like 2 years before and thought it was incredible. And he said to me, so what kind of beer do you like? I'm like, dark and strong. And he gave me this bottle of Rochefort 10. I'm like, that's the most incredible thing I've ever had in my entire life. That's amazing. And it completely changed my view on beer. There you go. How much is it on there?
Who's even showing this screen? It's like my laptop's been
taken. This is me.
Oh, is it you? Yeah. Hello. I'm not doing this.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Not available.
But yeah,
yet.
It's incredible.
It's a great beer especially with just your good old fashioned food and beer pairing with like your cheese and your meats. A Belgian pot.
Hard cheese, like a hard cheese and a Rochefort 10, and just put a fork in me. I'm done.
It's a really weird thing because literally there's a door here that goes into a lean-to area. This house we bought last year, and it's full of crates from the stuff we had from our tap room when we closed it when we went under. Thanks, Tories, and thanks, Brexit. It's full of Rochefort of pretty much everything.
Really?
Yeah.
We've got beer to drink.
Yeah.
Which one are we going?
There's Westmail, there's Quack, there's quite a fair bit of Orval as well knocking around, but which are aging.
What do we reckon?
So Orval is the second best beer in the world. Second greatest beer in the world is Orval. There you go.
Orval is probably if I was had a gun to my head and said choose the best beer in the world, it'd be Orval.
Drink that.
Because I just
not best. Greatest. Because Rochefort 10 is not the best beer in the world, but it's the greatest.
I think you put a gun to my head, that's exactly that, isn't it?
Drink your dregs. There's a beer to be poured here. And what is this one? Oh, this is the State of Kind one. We've come back to it. So
your Westmail, 20-year-old Westmail here.
Oh,
there we
my
go.
God.
Filthy
20-year-old.
Oh wow. Damian's got. He's in his. It's called. What's it called? The
Fat Jedi.
The pub. The Fat Jedi. It's at the Fat Jedi, and he has about 2,000 bottles stored away there for those watching.
It is a remarkable space.
Yeah, takes
Really.
home.
Yeah, no, 14 years old.
Cheers, guys, for coming on.
Amazing. Thanks, Gav, and everybody from Beer Fridge Podcast.
Yeah, man. I know we've reached out about a collab to the Beer Fridge guys, and we'll make that happen next
good
week.
lads.
Yeah,
Good luck next week.
Yeah, good luck next week if you're
good
still around. Good luck next week at the awards. And then we've got a good shout here for Quay, but then he does actually correct it and say quack. So look so those two comments side by side. What's this one here? Stewie Hayes, Orval.
Yeah, Orval, number 2.
Yeah,
because Orval, right? I think 30 years ago, when I first tried it, was amazing. I don't think it's as good. Maybe it's just me getting older and the nostalgia thing, but I just don't think it's quite as complex as it used to be, or quite as good as it used to be.
You probably just experienced too much for your own good, Damian. That's the problem. I keep having this. I keep having this. Me and Hannah, my wife, we just keep having this kind of. You have those milestone beers or those gateway beers. Fuck.
Yeah.
And then you go back on them. You just go. Clearly nice. Clearly they're nice, but they're just not doing anything for me in that way. But that's because you're just experiencing cool shit for the first time. But we're doing the Orval 5-year challenge at the moment. So next year, 2025, I think around March, we've got 5 years. So we've got the 5-year, the 3-year, the 2-year, the 1, and the brand new one. So
I've also got the Orval from
that.
when my daughter was
you've
born.
done that.
So
really
I was like,
sweet,
she's going to be 4, so I can throw in the 4 in the mix.
But I think in the old days, I think Orval used to age it at the brewery for a year before it got released, or 6 months or so. I don't know. I can't remember. And I don't think they do that anymore. Oh,
yeah,
I'll tell you what I do have.
So what we've got here, finishing up with Brick from Bullhouse.
You tried this one yet?
Great Irish brewery.
Oh, hang on. What's this?
Oh, yeah.
Don't for some
this
reason,
is
your camera is fucking terrible. It's got all pixelated to fuck.
Is it?
Yeah.
I'm having massive problems with my internet connection today for some reason.
It's crazy
This
because
is
yesterday you were fine.
Yeah.
I know. This is called Three Rules. It's the triple Trappist collab. Tint Meadow, La Trappe, and Zundert.
That's it, Tint
We're
Meadow.
just 5 miles up the road from me.
Roberto was talking about it.
You've had loads of Tint Meadow, but it's like, I'd love the idea of the monks just going, yo, collab to each other. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
What are you
It's
doing
really
right
nice.
now?
It's
Oh,
really,
I
really
can't have sex, but I can brew beer. It's a great idea. Shall we do a collab?
So I've been really excited about living 5 miles from Tint Meadow, but they only do English ales, and I really want them to do a Belgian quad. Really want them to do a Belgian quad.
Yeah.
Now, I met the head brewer there, and I said, look, if you wanted to get me in, let's do a collab.
On this massive collab, be a brewer's dozen.
Hold that thought. How is the Tint Meadow head brewer? Hang on. I'll spin that back round. What is he? Is he an actual monk?
He'd have
No.
Well,
No. He's
have to be like a monastery or
his
something.
supervisor.
That's
His supervisor is a monk. It's brewed under the supervision of the Trappist monk. That's the definition.
Your microphone's
But no, he's a real brewer, if that makes sense.
Oh,
Steve, get yourself down to my gaff next weekend, mate. You can see how big a dent you can put in this. It'd be fine.
Play some poker, hey Damian.
There you go. Play some poker at my gaff. Brilliant.
Yeah. No, I mean for me and you, Paul, I think we both like Belgium was pretty much the place where it turned us from boys to men. We're just real ale drinkers before then, but then as soon as we got onto the high ABV Belgian stuff, we're like, holy fuck, is this a thing?
And then
Are these people always drinking 8% beers that taste really good and not like fucking Tennant Super and Kestrel? It's like,
and then
wow.
we formed that Philadelphia-based soul group, didn't we?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I think Belgium for me is the holy grail of beer.
Well, yeah.
Well, it's the original craft beer, isn't it? It's the original craft beer.
It's a weird thing for me because I don't know what there's a few people still on listening, I'm sure, but it's ingrained in me that you drink good quality beer because we're from the Black Country, or Chris is from not the Black Country, he's from that place called Staffordshire or some weird, I don't know where the fuck it is. We don't really care about that.
The land of dogging.
Yeah. But it's like it was ingrained in me. My dad always said, "Always cask. If it isn't cask, it ain't right." Even from when I was like 12, it's and it was buying like cans of Banks's. Going, well, you can't get it from the source. You'll get have it from the can, but you have to get it from the source. Always cask. Never have keg shit. And then Bathams was a thing, and then like you realise your dad's full of shit. But the philosophy was actually really right. It was about home produced quality beer, which people cared about. They go to the pub and it was dispensed, it was done right, and blah 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 blah. And then obviously keg beer fucked that up in the 80s with the charge of Carling and all that stuff. But it was really societal. Do you know what I mean? It's like you had to go to the pub. You had to have cask beer. It had to be this sort of quality, and fuck me, man, it's kind of like
my father.
Go.
My father never drank in the house. He never drank in the house. If you
my dad
goes to the pub, he never drank in the house. The only time my father ever drank, he drank once a year in the house, and that was an FA Cup final day. He'd get like 4 cans of beer in, and he'd drink in the house. And that was the only time I ever saw him drink in the house. Because every time he wanted a drink, he went to the pub.
Yeah.
Probably because my mother couldn't see him. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but
What his wife going, how many have you had? How many, have you had another? Stop drinking that. Bloody hell, put that down. You've had 3 already. So whatever my dad wanted to drink, he'd left.
Yeah, but it's exactly that, because I don't know what it's like anywhere else, but the hammer they put on you is, why would you want to drink anything that isn't this? And it was Bathams, or way before Bathams was Banks's, which is was terrible quality by the time I was like 15, to be honest with you. But Sarah Hughes or something like that, and it was just there, So why wouldn't you drink this? Why would you drink that shit over there, And it was a really, but that kind of backfired a little bit, because what happened is later on, when the craft beer thing happened, I still had that in my head a little bit. It was a bit snobby, right? We're going back 15 years, almost more than that. So it took a bit for me to go, oh, okay, yeah, I get it. There's a thing happening, and I've been brainwashed a little bit by my twat parents. But I still love the honesty about that. Drink the honest beer, he says.
As we say, drink the honest beer. I've just necked that dipper, and what are we gonna? I've still got room for more.
It's all in the fridge, mate. We've still got
what are we going for?
All the cans we have drank.
Oh my god!
I can let you know what I've just cracked.
Go on then.
Oh, go on, Damien. Well, I was just saying, we tried the Greco by Buxton.
I've got some bottles of it somewhere.
Is it?
It's like whiskey.
I've just ordered that, Ollie. I just got it.
Yeah.
Is The dark beer box.
I've
the
got that
Imperial
coming for
box.
December. Yeah,
The
so,
barrel
yeah.
box. Whew. I mean, yeah,
See if
my
we
partner
can-
says she won't be given labour tonight, so we're good.
No. So I was just going to say, the first all grain beer I ever made. So the first time I ever tried to make an all grain beer, I made Batham's. I made a clone of Batham Ale with Batham beers, which was in the Graham Wheeler How to Brew Beer camera book. And that was the first beer, and it was lovely. Did I what? Sorry?
500 grams of sugar.
No sugar in that beer. I was all grain, man. Yeah, it was actually quite delicious, mate. I'll tell you, it's quite delicious.
When was that then, Damian? Your first ever all grain brew? How long ago?
That was 1999.
Really?
Holy shit.
That was 1999, and I bought this book, Grain Wheeler's How to Brew, and my first mash tun was 2 buckets, like 2 brew buckets pushed inside with holes drilled in the first one and a tap on the second one, like wrapped in like lagging, because he taught me how to brew. And my first mash kettle was a 30-litre Burco boiler, which I still have. And if you come to the Nottingham Beer Festival, you will see the first beer kettle that I ever had, because I use it for the whiskey and wort. And I made a false bottom in it, and that was my kettle, my boiler. And I've still got it literally all these years later, and we still use it at the Nottingham Beer Festival.
The last 2 years, Nottingham Beer Festival has clashed with These Hills, but Nottingham is such a good festival.
Ridiculous.
And the guys that put it
It's
on are
amazing.
so good to work with. Yeah, we work with those guys
they're
every
really
year
nice
as well. And
Yeah.
We've just picked up on the Vinyl Frontier, the sour again, and oh my god! Like we've just got Luke, the podcast guy, our podcast boy. He's here with our
Don't call him
microphones.
podcast boy or podcast boy.
Podcast boy.
Podcast
man.
Podcast monkey, get me a beer. Podcast monkey. Yeah.
Podcast man.
He's tried it and he was like, "Oh my god, I'm getting all of those things that it says on the can," and I think that's a real testament to that beer.
It's divided a lot of people.
So
that
Luke
beer 'cause
wasn't
there's peanut
at.
butter in it. Wow.
Yeah. I love peanut butter.
Yeah,
Luke wasn't at Farm Trip, was he?
Damien first. What were you saying, Damien?
Luke wasn't at Farm Trip, was he?
No, because he
Make
would
it,
be
could
more
he?
professional if he was. Yeah, so he tends to.
We did really well at Farm Trip.
Next year, Luke.
Really good.
That was
a really
good.
good job. And Ollie, what were you saying? It's dividing people.
I was just saying the peanut butter is dividing people, but I think that's before they've tasted it. They're saying peanut butter shouldn't be in a sour, but I think it's very subtle in that beer.
No, I
not
think it's great
too
'cause
overpowering.
At the end, isn't it?
It's one of those
Yeah.
flavors where you think it doesn't work, but it does actually add something to it. And I think it's very rare that actually you get these silly adjunct stout beers that say like it's cheesecake and Oreo and all this stuff. And a lot of the time you're thinking, I'm not getting any of that one thing that it says on the can. And literally, I would say with that, everything's popping out. The mango,
Yeah, definitely.
the pineapple, the peanut butter, it's all there, and it's more power to it for that.
That's my one gripe. I think if somebody says they're going to make a coconut macaroon stout, I want it to taste like coconut. I want it to smack me in the face with coconut. Like if it doesn't do that, it's like you've not quite done that.
You've basically brewed a coconut stout. It's like a stout with some coconut in.
It really annoys me when people say like that flavor shouldn't be in beer. Like no, what? No,
every flavor
should be in beer. You might not have found a beer yet that you've enjoyed with that flavour in. But that doesn't mean you. So I'm not a big fan of banana in stout, right? I'm not a big fan of it because it always comes across like quite artificial to me. And I've never been a big fan of it. And then Corrie from Three Sons, which is one of the fucking greatest breweries in the world. He said, "Oh, I've got this banana chocolate stout. Do you want to try some?" I'm like, "Oh, yeah, all right then." Oh my God. I'm like, Jesus Christ, that's absolutely incredible. How the fuck have you done that? And it was just, so you should never say, "Oh, this flavour is rubbish in beer." You've just not found a beer yet that has done it the way you like it to be done. And that's
spot
just
on,
the way it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll play a little bit of a character when it comes to this kind of beer anyway, because I'll be honest with you, it does nothing for me.
He's like a pantomime villain.
But
this is awful. I hate this.
The beer's behind you.
Oh no, it's not.
Oh yes, it is.
But I forgot what I was going to say. But it's some of those interesting beers, and the things I remember the most over the past sort of 5 years, really been really into this scene, have been that kind of beer. So I remember Bar
Brewhouse,
Brew, being
Texas.
Fucking, what am I drinking here? Not that I'm going to say this is my favorite beer, but what I'm going to say is one of the most interesting experiences. And I equate that to going to a really amazing restaurant and having taster menus of a really experimental chef, and it just sits with you and you just go, fuck, this is fucking amazing.
One thing that's
quite
interesting on it, because the adroit theory over in I think Pennsylvania or something like that, but over in America either way. But they've got like this cream stout thing, and they have this thing where they pour this cream stout, and it looks more like a milkshake than it does a beer. It looks like like a Yazoo chocolate milkshake, and they're pouring it, and I'm like, I kind of know how that would taste, but I really want to taste it. It won't taste like beer. It will taste like a milkshake in the same way that these ridiculous sours taste like smoothies.
Yeah.
But I really want to try that, and it's quite interesting when you get that.
Elm 11 have just like that. So Elm 11 is Chad Nander's. Elm 11 have just done. They had it on at Jewel up in Salford, which is an incredible bar. If you've never been to Jewel, God's Jewel.
Elm 11 Swedish. Are they the Swedish ones?
Swedish, yeah. They've just done this like ridiculous. It looks like you say, like someone's just done this with a Yazoo, and you've gone, there you go, try that. It's like, Jesus, how have they done that? Amazing, absolutely amazing.
I want you to try one, Damian, because I know that you could do a good job of it.
You want me to do it? You want me to do one?
Because the thing was, I was looking at these, like it was on Instagram earlier as well. Like I think because I'd engaged with Adroit Theory just in terms of like clicking on the thing, I just started getting spammed with it, and all these videos that they've got, and then I typed it in because I was thinking, well, what does this cream stout taste like? Because it looks like a fucking Yazoo milkshake. And you go onto like a Reddit homebrewing forum, and there's a German guy asking, I'm not going to do the accent because what would I?
Because that's racist.
That'd be an unforced error.
Go on, do it. Go on, do it.
Yeah,
do it.
Hey, man.
Oh, hey, guys.
Hey, man.
I would really want to brew one of these cream stouts, and I really want to know. And everyone else is like just saying
it's not a Duma.
And everyone's
it's not a Duma.
It's exactly what you think it is, mate. Don't overthink it. It's just get your favorite fucking get your favorite lightish beer, throw in a load of chocolate adjuncts and Oreos and shit, and you've probably got it. Now that's a massive oversimplification, I think, but it's like one of those where what I liked is the German guy was like, we don't see this a lot from my neck of the woods. It's like, well, you wouldn't because of like the Rhino Escobar, you know.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Even
beer,
classed as beer.
Yeah, but I think we could definitely do something, Damian. Maybe we should brew a cream stout in that style, and we should just. I reckon it'd fly. In the same way that when you get like at our local tap room, the Hot Vault, if they
what it should be.
Go on.
It should be a collab between Emperors and Vault City, because Vault City would knock that shit out. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
You must
Those lads are.
Those conversations must have happened.
Well, I've never had that conversation, but I know Steve and the guys and Joe and those. I love Vault City. One of my favorite ever collabs was the Vault City we did From a Gaelic Sea Far, Far Away, which is one of my favorite names of any beer that I've ever done. And we put it in really fresh Kalila Isle whiskey barrels.
Ah, awesome!
And it completely. It just destroyed. So that beer is the most Marmite beer I've ever done. So there was like people going 5 out of 5, best beer I've ever had.
What's Paul got there?
I've been listening to the Water Boys a lot recently, and that's good.
But the reviews on Untapped for that beer were like 5 out of 5. Most amazing beer I've ever had. 0.5. It's clearly infected. And I just want to throw it down the sink. It was amazing. Oh, there you go. Steve again. There he is. He knows it. He knows Kim Kev. There we go.
Yeah. So, just throw out shout out to Kev and Kim at Joel. Yeah. Lovely.
He's earning his place.
It's a great bar.
And we've got this one now. What do you think of Degar in Bruges?
So Degar is absolutely amazing. So he's down this little alleyway. And every time you order a beer, they bring you a little bowl of cheese. Fabulous. So you drink your beer and eating little cubes of cheese. It's amazing.
Oh, David, I don't think you're aware of the Degar conspiracy.
Love you,
not conspiracy. That's what that's conspiracy is the wrong word. The apparently, right, is the thing. Okay, everyone loves Degar, right? Everyone. And everyone kept saying to the craft beer channel, go and try Degar. It's an amazing. It's probably one of the best beers in the world. CSG. And they went and tried it, and he just sort of went, it's fine, it's nothing. And the backlash was like, it's like he just kicked a puppy to death on YouTube or something, And honestly, it was ridiculous. Everyone's going, it's fucking the God you mean? It's the best place on the planet. But I thought it was quite a reasonable, it's not the best fucking triple that's ever been made. Let's put this into perspective.
No.
But what he neglected,
it's a lovely bar.
The bar, when you walk in there for the first time, if you're not even clued into Belgian beer, I wasn't when I walked in there and had that fucking drink for the first time. It changed my life. It fucking changed.
It's a lovely bar.
Yeah.
Degar's a lovely place. Like I say, any place you get free cheese with every beer you order, I'm in.
Let's talk about the toilet situation though, because you can walk up there and forget to close the door, and everyone can see your ass. You're having a piss, so it's a weird setup.
Damien, next question for you, because I think this is
all right
for you. Have you thought about a collab with a Belgian? Have you done one or?
So I've never done a collab with a Belgian. I've just done a collab. My first collab. With a Dutch guy called Kees Bobberman. Keys, people call it Keys. It's not Keys.
Okay.
Kees. So Kees Brewery. You pronounce it Kees? Yeah.
Okay.
And don't ever say to Kees, oh, Keys Brewery, because Kees is like 6'7". He's a big fucker. You call him Keys, he will kick your fucking ass. But so I work with an importer distributor in the UK called Distant Lands, and they bring in beer from all over the place. But one of the people, so he said to me, Sam at Distant Lands said, if there's anyone you want to do a beer with, a collab with, just let me know. and I'll sort it out because we bring in loads of beer. Like, you know, I'd really love to do one with a band from Destroyzer, Herbs from Destroyzer, because I love Destroyzer, like Black Albert and Panapot, and it's just amazing beer. And he went, oh God, Herbs is mental. He's a bit mad. He's a little bit mad. And he is. Everyone he talked to, he's so all Belgian brewers are massively eccentric, like hugely eccentric. And Herbs is no exception to that. So, but I have done one Belgian collab, which never saw the light of day.
Really?
So my mate Mike James, who does beer festivals for me, he's a really lovely guy. He used to be at Buxton, and he helps out Roberto at Cult of Oak. Used to run Landlocked, but he was the head brewer at Phantom for about 2 years. And we did a collab at Phantom. It's owned by a guy called Danny Prignon, who's a lovely fella, but very, very Belgian and a bit mad. You know, they're all a bit off. They're all a bit mad. And Danny had. I'd say, are we still on air? Are we still on air?
We are starting. Yeah.
Are we still on?
It's funny. It's funny that you mentioned Phantom, because we were talking with Addy at a Blackout. Yeah, the Romanian brewery.
Yeah,
His
Transylvanian brewery.
Yeah, in the answer, his answer to who would you like to do a collab with the most was Phantom, but we had to take that one out just because I think he worded it in a way that was not the way he meant it, and like it wouldn't have gone that way. But we know that what he was saying. What he was saying was Phantom would be the brewery he'd love to do a collab with. But it was. You
don't know what you're gonna get out of it. It was experimental.
No, but I mean, to be fair, we know Roberto obviously because he literally lives 10 minutes down the road from us. He's done a lot. He's done a lot of work with the guy from Phantom. That new show, the guy from Phantom.
But the best one. So I do have some bottles of the collab over there that we put into all these different barrels. But Danny, being Belgian, he's a real. I want to just say Danny is a really incredible guy, and the beers are amazing. Though, you know, they might fucking blow up in your face, or they might be perfect, or you know, you never know with Phantom. Phantom is the only brewery in the world where people just assume that if a beer goes bang and just fucking fountains all over the fucking kitchen ceiling, it's like, oh well, it's just Phantom. That's the way it works.
Yeah, it's just the thing.
Like, no other brewery gets away with that. No other brewery gets away with that. Yeah. And so Danny has he's had some interesting. Well, put it this way: he's had some interesting discussions with Belgium's version of HMRC, and the beer was named by Mike James, and he named it because it has to be a Star Wars reference because it's Emperor's collab, and it was a collab with my mate Dave on Pro at Steel City. But he named it Taxi Vader.
Nice.
Taxi Vader. Taxi Vader. I mean, that's genius on all kinds of levels. But we never saw the light of day that well. I've got some of the beers, but it kind of never saw the light of day that I'd go up.
Jesus Christ. The brass neck of you lot. I love it. I absolutely love it. Absolutely love it. So we've just realised that we've only been fed half the cans, so we're getting more out.
No, what?
Starting all over
again.
So we are starting all over again.
It's Groundhog Day.
Should we do a little teaser for our next podcast together? Do you think?
Yeah, well, if you're for it, I mean, we're still trying to work out what the actual structure of it will be, and I think, we'll talk
drinking.
but
It's going to be drinking. Essentially, what Damian's alluding to is that we're going to be collaborating again next month. That's right. Yeah, December, and we're going to be doing a podcast episode with actually a real fucking idol of ours. Like, I mean,
it's as close as celebrity.
Thank you very much. That's so nice. That's so nice to say. That's
And
really
also
cool.
someone who isn't Damien.
But yeah, it'll be loads of fun, I imagine.
Yeah.
I think if anyone's watched
it won't be fun. It'll be like,
trip.
don't meet your heroes. It might be that.
Oh no. No, it won't. No, it won't. It won't.
The thing is, we're really excited about it. We're really excited about it. Half the people on here, if probably anyone, probably won't know who we're talking about.
No.
So
I said to a few people at work, I'm getting
who's that? Yeah.
Like, who's that? But there's a couple of people like, oh fuck, I know him. Yeah.
So we're doing a thing with a very well loved DJ from Six Music, and then Radio 2 now as well.
He's now taken over the rock show on Radio BBC Radio 2,
and from comedy adjacent.
That's the only reason I listen to it.
Who just happens to be a good a best friend of Damien. So yeah, it's gonna be fun.
It was. I mean, it was teased in the in the interview that we had at Farm Trip. You were like, oh, that was when the penny dropped. It's like, oh yeah, he's like my best mate. And he went out with my sister. All that and more on the podcast, which will be coming to you on Boxing Day. So get your turkey sandwiches ready.
It's Terry Wogan
because we're digging him up.
So it is an interesting thing, right? So the person we're talking about, you've already told, actually did a eulogy at Terry Wogan's funeral.
Yes, I know. It's weird.
He was a really good mate of Terry Wogan's. Like, genuinely good friend of him.
Yeah.
She's mental.
Yeah. I don't know how I remember. I think I might imagine him doing it, but I heard multiple times that he did the eulogy.
It's the collab that you wanted.
Yeah. Awesome, man. It's all gonna be good.
It is gonna be fun.
We only there's only so many. Right. Here's the thing, right? Me and Chris have got loads of ideas about how to expand what we do, which is general silliness around craft beer into wider circles. And you go, well, who's really into craft beer? Who might be famous? We've got 3 people. One of them's who we just talked about. The other one is basically go on, never gonna give you up.
Oh, Rick Astley.
Rick Astley.
It was my birthday number.
And that's probably it.
Ed Byrne as well.
Whoa. Ed Byrne, yeah. We've just slid past the fact. Did you just say that Rick Astley, Never Gonna Give You Up, was at number 1 when you were born?
Yeah. That was my birthday number 1.
I've got socks older than you. The fuck?
The worst part is
this T-shirt may be older than you.
Here's the thing about who was number 1 when you were born, because the thing about when I was born, I'm not going to give my game away at all. It is such a no one will know who this band is, by the way. No one, right? I'm going to tell you who it is, and you have to guess my age, right?
Is it Perry Como?
Yeah, cheers, dude. It was.
I'm a pink toothbrush, you're a blue toothbrush.
It was the guys who did the theme tune to Nosferatu in like
Tom.
1841.
Tom, what's number 1?
Well, I'll tell you who was number 1 when I was born, and you can try and deduce the year from that. How about that?
Okay, yeah. I mean, that's sort of what I did. Yeah.
Number 1 was It was Pet Shop Boys with West End Girls.
Oh,
okay.
Oh,
80 in the 80s, obviously.
I'm gonna go
86?
89. 89.
No. Yeah, I'm gonna go 88.
86, Damian.
86.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
I got it right.
There you go.
Check me out.
Can I,
Ollie, you're
Yeah.
still
Yeah,
here,
I'm still
and you can tag yourself in. So, what was your birthday number one?
My birthday number one, the year.
No, don't give us the year. We've got to guess the year. So you just tell us.
You got to guess the year. Okay.
Yeah.
Bohemian Rhapsody, Queen.
Oh yeah, but I could. Oh, which?
75, 76, 75, 76.
No, he's not that old. He's
old, Damien.
Is it like
How old do you think I am?
really? 77, 78. No, it's got to be 70s, Bohemian Rhapsody.
No,
Unless it was a re-release.
David, they re-released it like 4 times after that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
Tattoos are like,
fucking
yo.
hell.
I'm using Gemini AI here. So
Ollie's younger than me, I think.
I mean, is that correct? I'm not sure if that's correct. What we can definitely give you is Luke, who's our podcast guy, as we mentioned earlier. His birthday number one is Meatloaf. I would do anything for love.
90s? 93? Yeah. Holy shit, you're young.
93, yeah, 93.
93, is it?
Yeah, 93. I was really getting to fingering around then.
He plays a guitar. He plays a guitar, everybody.
He's gone there, hasn't he?
Wow. Wow. Okay.
I've got mine, but
and I'm going to put a comment up here based on that. that comment.
So you've met Paul before, have you? You've met Paul before.
Of course. I should just mention actually that strapping young man there is my father. A Star Wars plot twist. Ian E is my father.
Star Wars twist.
Oh,
yeah. No.
How's the hips, Big E? You feeling okay?
It's just
I've heard you've had
a hip transplant.
It's successful ops, so hope it's all going well, dude.
All I can say is that.
Can I just take a minute? Can I take a minute to thank you all for a wonderful evening, and to thank Ollie particularly from Brewser, just because, like, for me, this is kind of like the end of a cool journey for me. Like, I kind of started out working in tap rooms and breweries, and I'm here doing beer design, talking about it on a podcast or on a live stream online. Like, it's amazing. So thank you all, and just a wonderful experience. I hope to work with you all again. It's awesome.
Beautiful, man. No, for
thank
real.
you, Tom. You did a stellar job, mate.
Yeah, we've got some serious plans next year for. We're going to be going into home brewing, and doing some other stuff. So we're going to do home brewing, and then we're also going to be collaborating with breweries and actually getting some beers made. So if you're up for it, let's have you on board for the design and stuff.
I'll get you guys a set of these prints, and Damien, I'll send you a big poster of the Stronger Than Blood artwork as well.
All right, fun, man. No,
I love to, man. That's going on the wall. I'm telling you right now.
Dude, we'll sort you out for that. Honestly, trust me. Yeah,
appreciate it,
bless
man.
you.
You've been awesome.
Thank you, Tom.
It's been a real pleasure to work with you all. So thank you. It's been
great. Cheers, man.
Yeah.
Top man. Take care.
Legend. Thank you, man.
I'm gonna get back to my partner, make sure she's not in labour. I've had too many imperial stouts now, anyway. So.
We've got another one here. We need to work out. We need to work out how old John Taylor is.
Oh, that's
87. 88. 88.
I'm going to 87.
I'm going to 88.
I'm saying 90s.
Imagine if this is a thing that we just did on a Friday. we said, come on, send us your birthday number one. We're going to get you.
I will drink a beer for me.
Right, I'll tell you what, I'm going to do mine, and I'm going to sing it. I'm going to sing mine.
Oh, okay. Let's go.
Here we go. I can't live
without you.
I can't live. I can't give anymore.
Is that Milton?
Nilsson, yeah. That was
Oh.
at number one in the UK charts when I was born. What year was that?
You're probably my age then. Well, mine was Donna Summer. I Feel Love. So the original version.
I Feel
So-
Love. That's a great.
So you're going to be what? 76? 77?
I fucking wish.
If it's 77, that's
Nope,
the farthest
nope.
on Earth.
72.
Oh, God, you're terribly old. Sorry.
74.
72. There we go, Ollie. 72. Get in there, mate. Yeah, 72.
Okay. Interesting.
I suppose
That's a 72.
I've got mine, and I'm sorry for jumping the gun earlier. I don't actually recognise this song, which may be a bad thing. Shakespeare's Sister. By Slade.
You're no good to me.
We loved a bit of Shakespeare's Sister back in the day, mate. Tell you.
Ollie, how
Great.
you're too young. What the fuck?
Oh, hang on. We got one here. Runaway.
Oh, we
by
got-
Del
Oh.
Shannon.
Run away by Del Shannon. Oh,
Well, that's got to be early
That's-
70s.
that's-
Very early, late 60s, really.
late
I know what
60s,
it
I
is,
think
just
68.
Run away.
See, I know when that is because that's my mum.
Oh, is it really? Oh, it's Lindsay.
That's my mum.
What, Del Shannon's your mum?
I know what year this is.
Del Shannon's your mom.
Del Shannon is my mum.
I don't really recognise because it's usually done. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That was genius.
Del Shannon, what are we thinking?
It's Runaways.
68.
Yeah, it's late
No.
60s.
No, you think it's late 50s, early 60s.
50s. 58.
It could be early 60s, couldn't it?
You're not old, Lindsay. Shut up.
Oh, we've got an answer here. We've got Stephen McGeer again. He can't stop winning, can he? Although he has hedged his bets here.
Stop
He's-
Googling Steve McGeer.
He's got it right on one of them. It was 1961, April the 14th.
Wow.
Just to let you know, I haven't forgot your birthday. April the 14th.
Is that your
So,
mum as well?
so the amazing thing is, in the top 10 when I was born, so the top 10, so the number one was Nilsson Without You, but I'm pretty certain that in the top 10 that week was Lily the Pink. Do
Oh
you
wow!
remember that one? We'll drink a drink to Lily the
Yeah,
Pink.
I know the song.
Oh, you remember? That was in the top 10 when I was born.
They're just like German drinking songs, basically, aren't they? That's kind of how you put it.
Oh, and just closure on John Taylor's, who was Yaz, The Only Way Is Up. It was indeed 1988, which I think you got, Damien.
That's what I said. I did, yeah. I used to work in Boots. Between 86 and 88 on the record counter. So I just got to remember all those. If it's in that 2 years, I know all.
With the red things that popped up the top. This week's
Exactly,
number
yeah.
5. Booster number 1.
Me and Floss Friedman.
Coming up to number 7.
That was my DJ impression.
All right, pop pickers, here we go.
Chris Tarrant. We don't want to give you that.
I really think, Chris, you need to work on your Glasgow accent. I really want to see you do a Glasgow. I want to see you do a Billy Connolly impression because that's going to make me fucking
come on.
I'm telling you.
Come on.
That 70s Billy Connolly impression. That's what I need.
The most intense version of speech.
I'm I'm gonna have to try.
I'm calling Christian like Big Yin from now on. Like, that's his nickname from now on, Big Yin. All right, Big Yin. Hello, Big Yin. How you doing?
You like Damian, pal?
It's like,
You know. Chris did a Boston
it's a
accent.
cunt, but it's a good cunt.
I was in StreamYard, wasn't I?
Chris was doing a Boston accent to me, but I was convinced he was doing a Liverpudlian accent.
Well, I went,
that's Chris's
impression. It's because we were doing testing for this, and it's the software that we're using is called StreamYard. So I was like, yeah, I'm just going to log on to StreamYard.
And that was Boston. I just thought he was doing it.
And I went, it's the way that Bostonians talk, StreamYard. Okay. And it's like, no, it sounds scary. Yeah, I guess, yeah, there is an element of that. If I don't do the rest of the Boston accent, I guess it does just sound scouse.
I suggest you don't.
Yeah.
What you should do, though, is
I'm going to have to brush up on this for the Sean Keaveney podcasting. Because I think we are going to have to start dusting off some. Because one of the things that I like about Sean is his impressions, and I think his Paul McCartney is god level, and also opening the bottle of wine, just all that stuff.
That's really good.
That's going to be a great show.
It will be.
I will try not to talk, so you can just listen to Sean.
No, we need you to talk.
Honestly,
we don't want it to be like that. We're just interviewing Sean Keaveney. We want it to. You've just brought your mate along. That's because
it'll be fun, yeah. I mean, because the whole thing is as well. Like we're recording it a couple of weeks before Christmas because I think we're going to be down in. I mean, this is for people that are watching now. I've got a better idea of what we're up to before the end of the year, but we're going to be down in Utopian. Brewing down in Devon.
Yep.
So we're going to be filming down there. But then that was the same time that you, Damian, got back to us and we're like, Sean can do this date. And we're like, okay, well, we're filming, but let's just go back to the hotel. We'll make sure we've got good internet connection and we'll just record the shit out of this. And it's a couple of weeks before Christmas and it'll make a really nice Boxing Day special, I think. And I think that's ultimately what I want.
He's murder Sean. I mean, like I say, he's a really good mate of mine. I've known him my entire fucking life. And he is the most... he's so fucking useless, honest to God. So with Sean, no, so maybe means no, yes means maybe, and he never says the word no. So you never fucking, he's unbelievable.
Damian,
we can maybe do that. If he'd have said maybe we can do that, I'd say, fuck it. He's
following.
Yes, so.
Yeah, we followed.
That's cemented.
I followed him on Instagram yesterday, and he followed back today. So that's got to be a good sign.
That's a good sign. Yeah. The only thing. So we did a podcast a little while ago where he talked about his greatest influences on his entire life, and he mentioned my dad. He only got 3, and he mentioned my dad. So and like he went out with my sister. So ultimately, between the two of them, if he lets us down, they'll fucking kill him. They'll be like, fucking Sean, you're having it. I'm telling you. So he's going to turn up. I'm very sure. He might be late. He's never been on time in his entire life. So
nor a week. Nor a week. That's fine.
He once agreed to meet my sister at some shithole in Lee, some pub in Lee, and he was 2.5 hours late because his watch had stopped. Do you know what I mean? And it's like, that's Sean. Do you know what I mean? He's the least reliable man in the world. He's lovely, but he's the least reliable man in the world. Honestly.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, it's kind of like, I mean, to all intents and purposes, it's kind of like working with just people in craft beer. Everyone's flaky in craft beer as well. So
it's like working with children. Working in craft beer is like working with children and animals. You never know if they're going to puke on you or bite you. It's as simple as that.
But no, it should be good. And even if he doesn't turn up, it'll basically be you,
He
me,
will
and Paul.
fucking turn up.
It'll
He'll
be
fucking turn up. If he's not there 5 minutes after we start, I'm gonna send his wife Vanette, who's lovely, a message saying, "Kick him squarely up the fucking arse and tell him to get on the fucking computer." So, I love it.
That helps us out.
I absolutely love it. It's lovely.
Can I ask you a quick question to everybody? Well, we've got 18 people. We've still got a few people on.
Still some
This is
viewers.
all right, isn't it?
When we normally do a stream, there's nowhere near this many
What
people.
has been everyone's favourite beer?
Favorite beer of the night?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, not ever.
Yeah. Okay. Fair,
For this
yeah.
evening, yeah.
So, oh shit, I've got a banner for this. Sorry.
Because I've gone
boom.
through
There we
5
go.
different versions here, and it's always been the ones I've been drinking.
Yeah, no, that is actually a really good shout because I think
That's
every
a good
dip
shout.
I've had, I thought.
While
was
you
the
do
best.
that, I'm going to have to go for a piss because I'm
Yeah,
6 cans down and I'm
Yeah.
gonna fucking bladder like a space.
Fair play, Damien.
I haven't even broken the seal yet.
Bladder the Hut over there.
Bladder the
Nice,
Oh my
nice.
god.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Also, we've got from Stephen here. Can we congratulate?
Thank you,
all-
Stephen. That's very, very kind of you. Thank you very much. We don't know what we're having. We're keeping it a surprise. for when
Because you
comes
made it
out.
up about 8 months ago. So
Yeah, ready for the season. I should have dipped out
It's
like
backfired.
two Imperial Stouts ago.
Big Ev, love this live. Stout was number one for me.
See, I don't want to say that while Damien's there because I don't want to
Just
say
don't
it
want
was
to
there.
get his ego.
Yeah, wow. But the stout was
Equally Andy though. I mean, you got to give it to Andy as well because
100%. Andy's the one that brewed it, I guess.
but I'm gonna say the stout was great, but I know that it is also, it can seem like a bit of a cop out sometimes when people say like, what was the best? Oh, it's the big Imperial Stout. You know, it's.
Let's go for your favorite dipper. Let's do a couple of categories.
Okay, so shall I do Dipper of the Night? Dipper
Go on then.
of the
Wow,
night.
what was yours?
Hang on a minute. Let me just type a thing out so that people can.
This is really interesting, but the first 2 dippers were equally brilliant in different ways. Like I literally I don't know how we managed to wrangle this. Like, but the first one from Chain House and Totterus was a great starter dipper. It generally was that.
It was green. It was green as fuck, which I really like.
Really verdancy.
I had that this evening as well, and it was definitely had that hot burn.
Yeah.
It got me really excited for the next one, and the Beak one just kind of leveled everything out a little bit, and it was like quality fucking brewing in that regards. Then we had the sour, which or the fruits or whatever you want to call it, which is I'm never.
Let's just go mobilize the cans.
Going to make my favorite, but it's still the thing I'm thinking about the most at the moment.
It surprised you, Paul?
Because I'm still trying to work this out in my head. What have I just drank?
We've got all the dippers there.
We've got this one. Then
that's the MP.
And then this motherfucker turned up, and that was fucking good, wasn't it?
That was so good.
And then that's like, oh my god, what a brilliant bunch of beer! But yeah, obviously, incredible beer. Beer of the night for me. Beer of the night for me because it just happened after the right time. I think it's the State of Kind.
Nice.
So you're going.
Can I say a quick summary? The State of Kind left-handed giant collab. They put me into the Brewers WhatsApp group, and that was one of the most collaborative brews, I would say.
The State of Kind.
State of Kind and LHG, like Stu and Andy were fucking going toe to toe in this WhatsApp group. Constantly chatting.
I would agree with Paul on that. I think for me, and I don't think there's been a bad dipper in any of this. I think like I was saying, as we were drinking, I kind of felt like it was I was like, oh, is that one the best one that I've had so far? Deep pan was a great way to start it. But yeah, the one from State of Kind, the High Spirits, was absolutely brilliant. I'm just going to take this to the group and see what other opinions we've had. So a long drive. Perennial winner gets a long drive.
I'm with you on that, to be honest. I think that just edges it as my favourite, but as you say, they're all banging.
We've got Running Out of Space, which that's that one.
That's the Beak
that was the Beak one.
I can see how that everyone's going to have favourites there.
Yeah, totally. And that's what I think. I mean, credit to you, Ol, and the brewers that you've had on with having a box of four dippers. And I know that sometimes, I suppose, that can also be leveled as a bit of a criticism from people where they look at it and go, why is there so many hazy beers in this box or whatever? But you've actually made 4 distinct dippers there. And like, you know, the
very right, yeah.
Have actually made, like, every single one of those stands out in their own way. And I think that is a real testament to the breweries that you've got on board there and the stuff that they've brought to the table. So amen to you there.
Yeah.
And the teams, obviously. So
I really like the idea of just it sounds really obvious, but just syncing up breweries who perhaps have different degrees of success in different areas of the world with other people who've got the same mentality, just you get in a room and see what happens, right? And that's what's happened, right? So Tartarus and Chain House, a big one for me, because we clearly basically thinking the same premise. But then you get Beak who come along and go, yeah, just want to do the same thing over there as well. It's fucking amazing.
Yeah, it is. It's incredible.
Of course, Damo and Three Hills are just going, we just synced anyway what we do. This is so good.
What
we
one
should
question, Damian, I'd like to ask
sorry.
you.
Go. No, go.
Is it why is it on brewers on the east of the country produce the best stouts?
Ooh.
Well, I think
that's an interesting one.
I think we've got the right water for it. I mean, we've got the right water for it, definitely. It's not to say that you can't brew, imperial stouts anywhere, as long as you treat the water right. But I do think we've got the right water for it. You can do anything with water these days, but I do think that pH of not to get fucking technical, but I think the pH of the mash has got a big influence on what you get out of the mash. And I just think that we've got the right water in that kind of our side of the Pennines. I come from the other side of the Pennines, so it's very upsetting. But yeah, I think that's how the Pennines do great imperial stouts,
So one of the things actually, like I remember that I wanted to ask you, Damian, was the thing about whiskey and wort, because that's like a little bit of it's like a ritual for when you're brewing. So
it is.
Tell us a little bit more about that. And is it whiskey with a Y or whiskey with an E?
So it's generally for me whiskey with a Y, because I'm a massive Scotch whiskey fan, right?
Amen,
but,
brother.
So I thought I'd invented it. I genuinely thought I'd invented it. Okay, so I've been doing it for years and years and years. Like back in the early 2000s, I'd be sat out, I'd be in the fucking shed brewing a beer. It was pissing freezing, and I'm a massive whiskey drinker. I'm a massive whiskey fan. I've been going to the whiskey show for 15 years or something. And I was drinking whiskey on a brew day in the fucking shed. No, it's got to be earlier than that. It's got to be. So the shed was 1999. So I'm in the shed in 1999, brewing on the fucking homebrew drill holes in the bottom of the bucket, all that shit. And I was drinking whiskey, and it was fucking freezing cold. And I'm drinking, and I just thought, oh, let's put some of that in, like you do. Oh, that's nice. Batham's wort with a bit of whiskey. That's lovely. And then I did it every brew day, like, there we go. And then when I started brewing Imperial Stouts, I did with the Imperial Stout the first time. I went, oh, hang on a minute, that's incredible. And so I've done it for years and years and years and years and years and years. And people keep telling me that, oh yeah, it's called the Brewer's Breakfast. It's been around forever, blah, blah. But every single brewery that I go to and go, do you want to try whiskey and wort? They go, what the fuck is that? And I'm like, we're going to put some whiskey in and a bit of wort in, isn't it? Oh, I've never done that before. I'm like, there you go. I mean, everyone loves it. So although it's been around for years and years and years, all the fucking brewers I meet are all fucking 25 to 35 years old. They don't know who... I mean, they don't know who fucking Freddie Mercury is. No matter who whiskey and wort is. Do you know what I mean? So I'm bringing it back, man. And when you come to, if you come to the Nottingham Craft Beer Festival, the day before the Nottingham Craft Beer Festival, I brew 20 litres of fresh wort on my little Braumeister. And because I don't need to ferment it, I put all kinds of shit in it. So it's like last year, it was an 1174 wort. It had 4 litres of like maple syrup in it. It had honey and like golden syrup and muscovado and like, and so I'd make it the night before, cool it down. I put it into like a 23-litre corner keg. We take it to the Nottingham Beer Festival. I put it in that Burco boiler that I bought in like 1999 that I've been using ever since. We put it in there. We heat it up to like 60 degrees. And then I used to I've been doing it for like 3 years at the Nottingham Craft Beer Festival. It just used to be whiskey and wort with a Y, no E. And it was like a really peaty one, like Big Peat or Glenfiddich. So peaty or fruity, what do you want? And then last year I did like Big Peat, Glenfiddich, but I also did a bourbon, a rye, a rum, and a brandy maybe. So you could literally have like, do you want whiskey and wort? Do you want rum and wort? Do you want? And I sold 20 litres of it. I sold 20 litres of wort, whiskey and wort. And so we do this, you know, because it's all about the marketing, obviously. And I learned of all those Canberra beer festivals that we ever went to, right, in the old days. And another winner on the tombola, you know, all that. So when we go to the Nottingham Craft Beer Festival, someone says, can I have a whiskey and wort? And whoever takes the order goes, I'm sorry, what did you say? And they go, a whiskey and wort. And they look around to everyone behind the bar and we all look around and go, whiskey and wort. And we shout it across the fucking beer festival, right? And then we do it. And all the other brewers are going, what the fuck is going on over there? It's like
they don't understand.
Screaming whiskey and wort. But we sell so much of it. And in fact, so Staggeringly Good. So I've done lots of collabs. I do Staggeringly Good down in Portsmouth. And I introduced them to whiskey and wort. And so last Christmas maybe or last year, they put it on the tap room, whiskey and wort. So they made an Imperial Stout and they put whiskey and wort, but they didn't know what like image to put on the board. So they just put a picture of my face on the board. Like whiskey and wort, with a picture of my face on the board, which I thought was absolutely brilliant. So yeah, if you've never had it, right?
I love hearing this, Damian, because
to try.
Like,
it's amazing.
I mean, I love hearing this because you know you've been around the block in many ways, right? But I mean, you have. You just have, right?
Connotations.
No, I know, I'm old. That's the way it goes.
Oh, look, you're the one person who's older than me. I'm going to fucking rinse this, right? So I'm usually the old fucker of the group, but no, you seem to be like you've got this really great respect for tradition. But at the same time, saying "fuck it," you're just walking into place, going, "Oh fuck, shut up, just do this shit and see what happens, right?" And somehow, with all that, what you've become again, I keep blowing smoke up people's asses in the corner, but we only speak to people we actually like, and we obviously love you. But you have become this person who's like, fuck, Emperors is doing this. Tick, quality, bang, right? So
I have massive imposter syndrome with all this stuff.
Yeah,
so,
I know
like,
you do. That's what I'm saying. So when
I still think of myself
real,
as a home brewer.
When you walk in, right, to these places, let's disregard Three Hills and stuff because you bonded with those fuckers. But well, you two fucking simpatico, right? But when you go to someone else, how do you influence what they're doing? And do they just go, go on, Damian, show us what to do? Or do you have to go, trust me, man, this is the thing?
It depends, because I do have massive imposters. I still think of myself as a home brewer. I mean, I've been a home brewer for much, much, much longer than I've been a commercial brewer. So I have this massive kind of imposter syndrome when I go to these breweries. And of course, that means that if there's a brewer there that you meet brewers that, they clearly know their stuff, but they want to impose their ethos on the beer. And that's fine. It's their beer at the end. Most of the time, I've only done like 2 return collabs. I've done thousands of fucking collabs. I've done like 2 return collabs because if it's their kit and it's their beer and they're going to sell it and they say, no, we're going to do this. I'm like, well, do you know what? It's your beer at the end of you've got to sell it at the end of the day. I think this would work, but it's your beer, it's your kit. We will do what you want to do. And about a quarter of the collabs that I do, the brewers they almost want to make a point that they are. I'm a fucking real brewer. I know what I'm doing. I'm going to tell you what we're going to do, and that's fine. And I get it, and I'm really comfortable with that. And about 3/4 of the time, it's like, well, you're Damian from Emperors, so we're going to just fucking do whatever you tell us to do. We're just going to fucking do, which brings its own pressure because then it's all on me, and if it is shit and they can't sell it, then fucking hell, that's I've killed someone. So it's a tough thing. I did do a beer. So I did a beer as a homebrew, and it was a barley wine with ginger and raspberry, which is weird. I get it. It's a weird combination. No. And there was a brewery that I won't name. What are they called? You can probably fucking.
What are they called? The brewery you name? What were they?
I was chatting to the owner of that brewery, and I'm saying, right, this is a really good. And I sent the recipe, and I'm like, ginger and raspberry. And he's like, no, man, that's never going to work. I'm like, no, I've done it as homebrew. It's amazing. I'm telling you, barley wine, ginger and raspberry. He's like, no, it won't work. I'm like, I promise you, absolutely goddamn, because the sweetness of the barley wine will take away from the tartness of the raspberry. You get the fruit, and you get a little bit of spicy ginger at the back end, counterbalancing the sweetness, and it'll be brilliant. I promise you, a black barley wine, ginger and raspberry. And he wouldn't have it. He's like, no, raspberry's never going to work in that. And so the beer that we did was like ginger, barley wine, chocolate, cacao, because I put cacao in it. No raspberries. He would not put raspberry in it. And it's a nice beer. And it's now, it's years and years and years and years ago. And it's now drinking brilliantly, actually. But at the time, it was kind of a bit sharp and a bit, you got the alcohol because the ginger, because of the spiciness of the ginger, it kind of enhanced the alcohol burn, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
But he just wouldn't go with it. And I'm like, look, at the end of the day, it's your brewery. you've got to sell this beer. You've got to be happy with what we're doing. And so I'm not going to fight you on it. There's no point. I mean, look, it's we're brewing at your brewery. You know your market, you know your people. We'll just do what you want to do. But I still contest we should have just put some fucking raspberry in that beer.
Yeah. It's interesting because famously, raspberry I'm not a fan of.
I really like raspberry. It is a quick question. I'm going to have to jump up and have a wee and let the dog out in a second. But while we're all talking,
not necessarily in that order.
2 seconds.
I've just seen Ollie's dog keep leaving thinking, fuck, I need to let the dog out.
The reminder. It's like
she's only 11 weeks old, so if I don't get up and do things will happen. So what was the question? Oh yeah, so in terms of experimentation in beer, where are the limits in terms of your point of view as brewers? So if is there anything you say, no, stop, you've gone too far? I think the question for anyone listening actually is, when does beer stop becoming beer? Do you know what I mean? Because there's Puritans involved in these conversations.
Yeah. And with that extends from like sours to the stouts.
Hello.
Who's that?
For his head.
Sorry.
I think
Paul's bladder cooling.
From my point of view, those slushy sours, the big lactose, big sour beers. I mean, they've been incredible and absolutely amazing. I don't think there is a limit, honestly. I mean, the reason that I love Imperial Stout is because you can do so many different things with Imperial Stout. I mean, look, I've got 15, 20 base stout recipes. I mean, I guarantee you Verdant haven't got 15, 20 base beer recipes. Those, I don't go to Hop City, the Northern Monk Hop City. I went once because they wanted to talk to me about the beer that we were going to do for Dark and Wild, or Dark City as it was then. So I went along to Hop City, have a meeting with them, and like, oh, come along to Hop City. And I remember being 6 beers in and someone going, oh, what's that beer like? I'm like, I don't know, exactly the same as the last 6 I've had. I get hot blind. So I love dippers. I drink dippers. I've had all the dippers tonight, and they're all awesome. But after a while, I can't really taste the difference between them. I get hot blind really quickly. It's just a palate thing with me. But when I'm drinking Imperial Stouts, I go to Dark and Wild every year, and I've been there for however long it's been going, because you can. Every Imperial Stout that you have tastes completely different to the one before, and it doesn't take away from the one you've had before. And part of the thing that I love about Imperial Stouts is you can do anything with them. Anything. You can put fruit in them and marshmallows and fucking nuts and anything you want. You can't do that with a dipper. You just can't do it. There's a limited palate with a dipper.
What's the key
There's
element
a
in an
good question here
that splits it for you? Because I was talking earlier to you about not enough people talk about yeast and how that affects the taste of a beer. Everyone goes mad for talking about hops all the time, but what is it for you that splits one Imperial Stout from another? What's the key element in that can change it?
I think so yeast does play a huge part in Imperial Stout, and I've tried every fucking yeast combination there is. I mean, I've tried them on their own, I've tried them in parallel. I mean, when I brew a beer here at my house, I used to use 2 packets of US-05, 2 packets of Nottingham, and then 2 packets of M42 from the fuck they call, whoever they called, Mangrove Jacks. And when I started brewing commercially, I put a thing on the Facebook Facebook Pro Brewers channel and said, anyone know where I can get like 500 gram packets of Mangrove Jacks 42? Because this is what I've found works best for my beer. And I'm probably giving information away that I probably shouldn't, but
that's what
a guy looking at it. Oh, by the way, Mangrove Jacks 42 is just Nottingham yeast that they rebadge and repackage. So I've been using 2-to-1 Nottingham to USO5 for years. And a lot of brewers don't like Nottingham because it gives kind of an estery, fruity kind of edge to the beer. It's not a clean yeast. I quite like that. I think it gives a complexity. I think it gives a just another aspect to an imperial stout. I don't tend to use a lot of lactose in my beers because I think, again, I do use on the big batch, I have used malted extreme, but again, on the smaller batch stuff, I tend not to, just because I think it's, I don't know. Sometimes it's there to hide things, I think. I don't know. I don't use...
It's really interesting, though, David, because when you become like as we are, just I guess just people who just like drinking beer of distinction, and you learn things that come across the obvious sort of brewing processes, which is mainly about hops and all that stuff. It's really easy to go, IPAs and all that stuff. We know how to work that, but when it comes to your weird witchcraft, it's a completely different blend of witchcraft, isn't it? And it's like you're not considering the stuff that we would consider as beer drinkers. What you're considering is weird base things, which is like oh, I'm gonna stuck Gila Monster, and that was a King Gizzard reference, by the way. But you're deep in the dark heart of that shit, right? It's to me, it almost feels like because you're focused on that, you are definitely imperial stouts, where most people are focused on beer, off the beer.
Yeah,
right? So
and the thing is that
you're talking about yeast. How dare you talk about?
Yeah,
yeast?
I know.
Yeah, no one does.
I mean, the one thing that I don't ever really talk about or consider is hops, which is like 80% of the market. Like, we've got these cryo, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, I'll just chuck a couple of kilos of Magnum in. Do you know what I mean? It's like what I do is like the antithesis of what Sureshot and Pipeline and all these guys do. They're really looking for like the next generation. Yeah. So I've got friends of mine who work at Bathhouse X, and they're lovely people. And we've got this new experimental hop, or YCH. We've got this new experimental hop we want to send you. I'm like, why the fuck would you send it to me? I mean, it's going to get buried. I mean, why the... Honest to God, I'm literally the wrong person to send this hop to. But it really is a completely different kind of brewing experience almost. And when I set up Emperor's Brewery back in 2017, part of the reason it went fucking mental, but part of the reason I've done so many like big collabs with like big breweries, I literally have been like 2 months after setting up Emperor's as a commercial brewery, Northern Monk asked me to do a collab. I'm like, what the fuck? You've heard of me? Because ultimately, back then, I mean, Northern Monks is a different kettle of fish because they were amazing, but like a lot of breweries in the UK didn't do imperial stouts, or at least didn't do them very often. they maybe did them, coming up to Christmas, and they were not great, to be honest. I mean, some of them were good, but most of them were not good. And so part of the reason I got invited to do all these collabs is because like these brewers we don't really do imperial stouts, and actually we're not sure we can sell them. So let's get that fucker over there and we'll put his logo on the can, and maybe that'll sell more than usual. You know what I mean? And it's
right. Yeah.
Again,
I mean,
I was
definitely
that. Being a home brewer.
Yeah.
But yeah, I call it the crest of a wave at the end of the day. I mean, I think I make good imperial stouts. I genuinely think I make good imperial stouts, but there's lots of people who make good imperial stouts. I call it the crest of a wave.
I'd say you are
let's
the man. You're the man, and but I would definitely say that Addy from Blackout, like the Blackout stouts, are absolutely insane. Like, bought a couple of those after.
We will do a collab
after farm.
We'll do a collab. There's no fucking.
I really want to see what you guys do, because he is just. And I could tell as well. You can tell from the little videos that we did with you, like. You guys loved each other as well. There was a bromance going as well.
Yeah. So I was at Billy's Beer Festival a couple of weeks ago, and Adi was there as well. He was there as well, and we had a fucking blast. I'm like, yeah, we're gonna get together, man. It's gonna happen. Yeah, we're flirting at the minute, and it's a love affair. I find, we're flirting. We'll get there.
Would you ever brew a dipper just to see if you could, and the market would stand it? Just if so, what would you do?
Black dipper.
I kind of thought about this because the duty these days on imperial stouts is absolutely insane. I mean, it's mental. I honestly believe it's kind of good for me and bad for me in a way. It's good for me because the competition is going down. People they're not going to brew imperial stouts anymore. It's too expensive. The duty is absolutely incredibly insane. And so the competition is going down. I'm known for imperial stouts, so I think I can sell them. But by the same extent, the beer is getting more and more and more and more expensive. It's a bit of a double-edged sword. But I honestly did think about kind of launching. I probably wouldn't do a dipper under the Emperor's brand. But I've honestly kind of toyed with kind of like the Emperor's as the dark side, and maybe like a light side brewery. Rebellion's already there.
Could you do that, David?
Rebel Brewing or something.
Rebel.
Are you prepped for that? Could you do that? Do you think?
There's nothing that's.
I mean, I've brewed Neepers and Dippers in the old days. I mean, I know how to brew them, so I have thought about doing like a dark side brewery, Emperors, and maybe a light side brewery, and like just doing Neepers and Dippers over that side, and just doing Imperial Stouts and Porters over that. I've thought about it. Maybe one day I'll, when the money runs out and the pension kicks in and I need to pay the mortgage, maybe.
I
don't know. Who knows? But I think that light side, dark side could work quite well, I think.
Tom wants
the Rebel Alliance and the Emperor.
I'm all it's begging for it to happen, surely. Yeah. I'm there for it.
Who knows?
Let's speak in the future. I'll be up for that.
A long time ago, in a galaxy far, far away. Yeah.
I've never heard of it.
Right, we need to wrap this up.
Do we?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's wrap this one up. It's been a great live stream. Thank you everyone for joining. It's been absolutely
It's been absolutely fucking wonderful, actually.
This has been the best one that we've ever done.
We had about close to 100 people at Peak. So yeah.
Sorry, Steve.
Wow.
Ooh, Steve.
You win some, you lose some. I mean, you've won tonight. And, yeah.
Steve, I'm going to be sat down here for another couple of hours. Just come and fucking around to my place, mate.
I was hanging around with you.
So yeah,
I'm not going anywhere. He's going out.
Just as a point that we're going to be doing something that we will be doing in the future, and I suppose you're the audience to kind of tell this to is from next year we'll be launching a Patreon. Just so, and we're not going to make it like expensive. It's just going to be a thing, yeah. But we'll start getting a community going, and we can start getting the people in like a Discord or something, which is what everyone seems to do. We're still doing the research into it, but we can start doing like little live streams like this and shit like that. We can,
we listen to albums and we must bring a beer. And all
so
that.
like,
It's gonna be good.
Basically, if you want to be in, let's fucking go for it. And yeah, we can no doubt get some stuff going on with like other brewers and Brewser and Tom. Tom can do all the branding for it because saves me a job.
I think Tom would like to. Tom, would you like to work for free? Brilliant. Yeah. That's on camera. No. We'll talk in the future, obviously. But this is wonderful. But guys, love you. Damo, love you. Ollie, love you. Whoever's knocking around.
See you later, guys. We're going to end the stream now. Bye-bye.
Let's go and take a puppy out. So enjoy.
See ya.